big mistake. I made a big mistake. I started messing with my audio. I discovered that I can send the master mix to the mixer over there. And I started listening in on my audio, and I don't think it's very good. I think I need to do another pass at everything. Let me get YouTube comments up, and let's just get the music in the background. That's a bit loud. Turn it down just a touch. My audio is pretty rough. I don't know what's going on. I plugged into everything, and like my gain is super high, which makes all of my adjustments for the compressor off. So now at low volume, you guys will hear during the stream, there's like clipping into the fan, because for some reason the microphone sees the fan really, really well. For some reason it hears that fan over everything else, and it's a problem. It's something that I adjusted out, but I don't know if it's my the staging of my compressor and my noise gate, because really, or sorry, the EQ and the compressor. The EQ should come before the compressor. That way I de-emphasize the frequencies of the fan, and I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's what's going on. It might be, but I don't know how to tell. I don't know how I can tell. And then my voice was completely devoid of bass. I know I adjust for just like a general volume. Hey, what's up, Remdog? Good time zones. How do I sound to you guys? I know you guys are listening to me on like phone speakers, so I've futzed with my audio a little bit, and it's probably gonna come to people will hear it. Okay, what am I doing? I'm getting YouTube comments up, so I need to open up YouTube. Oh, and we need to start Fusion on this computer. Let's pop out the YouTube chat. Pop it out. There we go. Okay, cool. Sound all right to me on headphones. Good, good, good. I mean, if I pause the music, maybe I've adjusted it okay. My voice seems probably a little bit too treble, but there's little bits of audio clicking in. Oh, it looks like I'm actually distorting on this. Well, what the hell's going on? Turn that down a little bit. That's going to make the gate seem unnatural. Hold on, let me just listen to myself over here. Checking 1, 2. Okay, so if I use my streaming voice, the gate's pretty good. All right, I'm going to accept that. I don't know what happened between hitting the stream start button and me adjusting everything on my own. But I would like to get some bass back in my voice. It is fairly treble heavy right now. I don't have a low voice, but I do have a full voice, and you guys maybe haven't been hearing it. When you got close, your mic get distorted. A boy. Yeah, I got a boy of disturbance. Distortion. A boy distorted. What's up, uncertified electrician? How's everybody doing today? It's Thursday. We got work to do. Let me get the music back in. The music will mask all of my stupid audio stuff, but it's not going to be for the whole stream. So, but yeah, I made the mistake of touching my audio, and so I got it just barely working. I now have a system monitor so that I can hear what's going on in the stream, and I adjust that using my B&O headphones, which are kind of like Sony MDFs. They're kind of very one-to-one. They don't do anything to kind of change your audio. You sound fine to my understanding on the Bluetooth headphones. Yeah, I started following a while ago, I started following some audio heads, some headphone reviewers, and let's just say, just like movie reviewers, you got to find somebody who kind of follows your taste in stuff. And if you don't, you're going to have a lot of disagreements. And I have a lot of disagreements with the headphone streamers that I listen to. They say these, at least for the one purchase, I did one purchase to test what things are like, because I didn't have at the time Bluetooth earbuds. I didn't have those. So I got a pair of Bluetooth earbuds, and I said, let's try these out. This audio reviewer seemed to like these and said it was a good value choice, and that it had nice, pleasant audio. And the audio was extremely bass heavy, like terrible bass heavy, like bad, like distorting bass heavy. I want my one-to-one sound. I want to hear what the professionals in the booth decided was the best audio mix, right? I can't judge with my earphones, only the right one working. So my big gripe about my audio at the beginning of stream was that when I stood near the fan where the mixer is, I heard a lot of clipping in and out of the fan noise. And you guys have commented on that before. Years past, when I actually did first set up the audio, I accounted for this, and I got it working with the fan. So I need to kind of go back on those settings and decide what's best for me. You know, some people use super isolating microphones, like $1,000 microphones. People love that Shure mic, which has the external wire, which is possibly the dumbest thing ever, because that little tiny wire breaks. Why? Why did you do that? But anyway, some people love that. I like my one-to-ones because I can adjust them later. So my one-to-one that I use over there is the AT4040. That's the gaming microphone. Beautiful audio. My voice sounds full. Everything's great. This one I have to run through an EQ because it's a lapel. Lapels get weird audio. But what if it's a trap? I like the song. This is a Aesop Rock instrumental album. But yeah. But anyway, so the audio I touch up with these ancient plugins. I'm sure they've updated their interface and everything since then. And I could use Voice Meter, but I just, that's too many mixers. I already have 2 physical mixers. I have several audio output devices plugged in. While I'm using this mixer as the input, Music for Earthworms, no, he won't re-release that, and I don't know why. I actually posted that song. I've had that song stuck in my head, by the way. Oh my God, I have that. It's really good. Did he actually? Oh, the rap that line is in. I thought Music for Earthworms was just a joke, but I guess not. What was the line again? It was something with an immense amount of power. Cowards cower underneath our. I'm going to play that right now. This is alchemy. Ancient with a touch of wild wonder. This album just is amazing. Just the whole album. This has been stuck in my head this week, by the way. This morning in the shower, I was thinking about this song. The version with lyrics isn't as good as the instrumental album. I wish I could find the instrumental album, because this instrumental is what inspired me to go to instrumentals. And I thought, I thought I could find it on YouTube, but I wasn't able to. This is Aesop Rock and Blueprint. The song's called Alchemy, and it's from the early 2000s. Just how whack it's been. I forgot I had this. What? Yeah, Aesop rocks. That line back there. Hold on, I'm rewinding it. I can do that because I'm the streamer. I catch bullets in my molars. That was playing at full quality, high bit rate in my brain during my shower this morning. Wikipedia says this album was recorded on an SM58 microphone. Huh. Yeah, the Aesop Rock, for some reason, is able to stay several blocks ahead in terms of the music that he has backing up his tracks. It's actually quite insane. This is DJ stream now. No, I just had a song stuck in my head and I had to play it again. This album slaps hard. It's amazing. Start_radio equals 1, huh? Hold on, I gotta find which window I would open that up in. Did he actually do Music for Earthworms? Some of the comments under that album are, do I remember this one? Hold on. I'll have to listen to it later. I've been doing a lot of circuit design, which means I listen to stuff in the background. So that's when I rekindle my love of song. Yeah. Oh, here's the A-sub part. I guess I'm going to bust out my Aesop Rock this morning. I'll Get the Door is one of my favorite songs. I'm waiting for the, hold on, here it is. That's not it. Where is it? Anyway, yeah, the flows are great. People accuse them of being word salad. I see it more as like an abstract painting. You get a phrase out of it and you go, that's clever. There it is. Here I am praying you re-release Music for Earthworms 11 months ago. Music for Earthworms probably belongs to a different label. I'm closing that mid-song. I'm allowed to do that. I'm being a bad DJ. I'm not good at DJing, all right? Never learned how to beat match. Oh, we need to start up Fusion. We're not going to use Fusion at first, but we will use it for the majority of the stream. I love typing fuss into the command line. That's the one big, hey, who's that? Last Miles? How you doing, Last Miles? Party of 60. What were you all working on over there? Or were you working on anything? We were just talking about rap music because I'm the whitest person on this platform. I just had a particular line of a song stuck in my head all morning. It comes and goes. Sometimes it's John B. Sometimes it's Aesop Rock, and these earworms just get into you, and they stick. They stick. We're starting up Autodesk Fusion because we're going to do a bunch of circuit design today. We're not going to start. Did you just say repairing your experience? Weird. Doing a little sizing, thing. And I got my punches. These are by golly, these are the cheapest punches that I've ever seen. Look at the edges. Look at how well broken those edges are. Amazing. What craftsmanship. I need to take a pair of microfiles of these. These are like $12, so they're really not that great. They're trash, actually, is what I mean to be saying. Look at how terrible this is. It's like they smelted them. I don't know what kind of a dingy dirt floor fucking factory this was built on, but there's probably mold in the walls. Precision sandcasted. For a set of hole punches? Leather hole punches? These will just be good at cutting out little tiny circles from paper, and they'll complement my actual good quality hole punches. But boy golly, I don't know what to say. These are just terrible quality. But yeah, for the rest of the stream, we will, of course, be using Fusion 360, and we are designing a mixer. We're not designing, we're putting down onto a PCB the mixer. And then when I get the physical, the boards in and I build the physical mixer, we can then sort of study it and figure out how it performs. Yeah, they're good enough. They're good enough for $12, you know. I think I just need to take some microfiles and break the edges because they'll cut you. Those windows are really sharp. Precision sandcasted is a joke. Listen, if I don't laugh, I still appreciate the humor in what you said. Calling what looks like a blatant just saw wound with no finishing at all precision by any means is comedy. I'm very dry in my comedy, all right? I appreciate the British style of dry comedy. Where'd the music go? Looking over a strange math library implementation I did years ago, and FreeBSD building KDES. Oh my God. I know some of those words. That sounds very cool though. I'm gonna move along and clean up a kitchen. Oh yeah, you do your thing. I understand. Have fun with a massive cluster of geeks. Yeah, you just dumped a bunch of geeks on my channel and said, okay guys, look at the shiny keys. And you run away. Sometimes it's Tunok, 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 Tun, da, da, da. Why, Gonad, why do you have the same media diet as I do? Why is that? Is it just because we're creatures of the early 2000s Flash era? Tunok, Tunok, Tun, Tunok, Tunok, Tun, da, da, da. What you guys are listening to is potentially brain damage left by mp3.com back in the days when we were all on Napster and LimeWire. And it is Compressor, Kompressor. He moved over to YouTube when YouTube was still a fledgling thing. And Tunok had made his song Solula Lulipandivarita Marka de Lezuta something Bidi Bidi Ba Solula Lulipandivarita. I used to be able to sing that to the point where my friends who are actually Indian were like, that's uncanny. How did you do that? And I'm like, I just know how to sing. I know how to interpret sounds and make them out of my own mouth. It probably sounds a lot different for you guys because my microphone's all messed up. I made the mistake of touching my audio settings ahead of stream. I figured out that I could send my main mix over to the dumpy Julian mixer. This is a multi-$100 mixer that I bought and then I replaced because they replaced the main model and made my audio mixing and routing so much easier. But I got the old one working with OBS so that now I have 2 stereo channels over here for when Julian and Dave come and they come to my shop, and they can put their mix into that, and then I can have it in OBS with the ability to listen to the master mix and just get everything right. So hopefully that's going to lead to improvements in the audio around here. I just haven't had time. I hooked this up about 5 minutes ago. Apparently I had the power all along. The world's smallest burgers. With these micro hole punches. They're leather punches, but I don't know what kind of leather you could find that would this would punch through properly. I don't know. I don't recall that reason, but it's a joke. Not because they called it precision, but because it's an oxymoron. Yes, you can't get precision sandcasting. I know. Jokes are great when you explain them. Yeah, sand may hold some detail, but it's just not precise. Still very sharp. Mouse leather. It would have to be a very thin piece of leather. You're not exactly putting notches in your watch with a 0.5 millimeter punch. Well, we're using it on paper, though, so it's going to be perfect. Really? The Tunok music video costs about 1.5 million? And it's like composite work that we see people doing live on Twitch now. Like John B's stream is essentially an early 2000s Flash video, which is why it's so comforting to me. It's just madness. It's relentless cutout madness and stolen animation. Well, maybe not stolen. He uses a lot of stock stuff. He probably actually pays for it nowadays. But like back in the early O's, you had all that kind of crazy, that's sort of, what do you call it? Aesthetic. It was an aesthetic, believe it or not. Love that stuff. What are you up to? These have some very sharp, bad machining, like edges to break. So I'm breaking them right now. We're going to use them on this, which is a printout of the flexi PCB we designed to take over my keyboard. And I'm doing that as an aside because it's not actually the subject of today's stream. Today's stream, we're going to be working on a 2-layer board and laying out individual traces. And those individual traces we're going to try to organize in such a manner as to retain a 2-layer board. But it's so dense that I'm going to have a lot of trouble with that. Have these been hardened with the edge? Maybe they have. I think I'm getting a little bit of a leeway into that, but it's so sloppy. Oh, my chat paused due to scroll. Whoopsie daisy. Now I'm up to date. So that's what we're doing today. I just went live, so technically we are in the start soon era of the stream, which is where I play music, I hang out with you guys, and I don't do what's on the title. That's the really important part. Now, you guys have probably been familiar, and I'm explaining this because somebody's literally going to ask in the next sentence, and the next message I get is going to be asking about why Start Soon is up. People can't seem to handle it. But when you stream, you want to let people gather before you actually get into what you're doing. A chainsaw file. I don't have a chain. I have a chainsaw. I don't have a chainsaw file. I have no means to sharpen the chain, but that's good because I haven't had to do any woodworking lately. I haven't had to clear any brush or anything like that. That's right. I have it hanging on the wall. Just in case of zombies. This is too close for zombies. This thing is for, like, opening packages in a comedic way. I hope no one asks about stream start soon today. I'm in a better mood. I'm in a better mood than the last stream. I'm in a better mood than last stream. This is $40 on Amazon, which makes me really kind of fear for the safety of my hand. But sandwich saw. I don't want to put this against anything because it'll fuck something up. Like, you definitely don't want to touch the chain while your hands are on the controls. Very bad idea. This thing is going away in a minute because it's just a big thing that's dangerous. But if I ever have to clear a branch, boy golly, am I prepared. I just, you know, it was Amazon deal day and I was looking for stuff that I could stream and I was just like, $40 chainsaw, like, come on. $40 battery powered handheld chainsaw. You could duct tape this to a gun. Have the time of your life. It's just so stupid. This will make short work of your PCBs. The thing about the way a chainsaw works is that it's actually depthing its own cut, and so it takes these little tiny nibbles of what it's cutting, because it depths it based on this piece ahead of the blade. So that's how it's able to sort of worm its way through wood so quickly and you know, with relative ease. Which makes it very dangerous because this concept was originally invented for medical purposes. Do you have a bigger chainsaw? I was in the pool. How dare you? Look, they come in all sizes, all right? Man, you guys. No, this is the only one that I have. I don't have other chainsaws. I have saws because I'm a man of culture, not destruction. This is uncivilized. It's cold outside. I was outside a little bit today, all right? That's right. I don't compensate for anything. I have a huge truck and a tiny little chainsaw. It's like the chainsaw in Robot Jocks. Hail to the king. Put it on one of those, like a little sawed-off shotgun. It's like the ghetto Gears of War. I'm putting this away before I injure myself. This thing is an injury waiting to happen. I mean, look at this fucking thing. It's like, okay, before I do that, there we go. Now what I wanted to do is actually modify this part right here, 3D print something that can take my real batteries instead of this knockoff, battery that doesn't exactly have the same, it has a much more narrow, ow, those LEDs are not compensated for brightness. Those are probably meant to be viewed in daylight. Holy crap, that's bright. Ow. I've had one for years. I thought it was trash, but it's nice to have around. If ever there is a branch to clear, which is not really our job in this neighborhood, but if a branch that's maybe this thick goes down, I'll be on call. It's for outdoor use. You're for outdoor use. I can do whatever I want. Ah! Okay, I'm actually not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Notice how I keep it hovering above all of my precious desk stuff. Eesh. Mom used a chainsaw to cut her firewood. That would be kind of nice. We don't really use the actual fire here. We just use the gas fireplace, which is stupidly expensive, but whatever. Rip cuts. Or solo stove. Yeah, having wood heat would be kind of nice this time of year. But anyway, that goes away. That goes away. That was a $40. Oh yeah, that's why it has the bright lights, because it's for outdoor use. I think I may need new files. These files are not effective anymore. Yeah, you're not exactly clearing brush indoors, and when the sun's blaring down on you, having full brightness LEDs, I guess, is okay. But if you have LEDs that don't hurt your eyes, You could just put a hand over the thing and say, oh, I see 3 lights. Saw the subs. I don't know how that would work. There's that chick that does, she does like a fancy cursive signature on the back of trucks, on like the tailgate of trucks, using an angle grinder, who she also happens to have long hair. Whoa. Like, not good. 1 name per log. I could just have a setup where it's just sawing logs. Rabaz is playing My Summer Car right now. I'm a little jealous. We got to do a wood chopping stream when I can show the world my supremely superior My Summer Car wood chopping technique, which does not rely on you knowing which version of the tailgate is the full one. Instead, I use statistical averages in order to get it good enough. I've told you guys my method before, but I'll say it again. If you know My Summer Car, I'm talking about My Summer Car, which is a Finland 1990s simulator that is both brutal and infinitely complex in its application. It's just basically you could just be some, I don't know, like a slug in the 90s doing little minor jobs, earning money for your car stuff. Oh, I hate how my voice sounds in this. I'm missing all the bass in my voice. My voice sounds much higher than it normally is right now, and I need to go. Oh yeah, MSC went out of early access. Okay, so that's why the streamers are playing it then. It's when there's a status change in the game while the big streamers start picking it up again. But one of the methods. So there's one of the jobs is you have to collect firewood for one of your neighbors, I guess, one of your townsfolk, who will give you a significant amount of money. So doing it as efficiently as possible. The music might be a little loud compared to my voice. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Doing the wood job as efficiently as possible is kind of a priority, right? So I've come up with a method where you can just turn your brain off. And that's typically what I do around here. I come up with things that allow me to turn my brain off and just do the repetitive work that's required to do cool projects. That's why we have burn the subs. But anyway, my method of turning your brain off. So you have a stump and a block of wood that goes on the stump, and you have to chop it, and then the pieces go off in 2, right? And then you load that onto the truck, right? Every time you load wood onto the truck, every couple of logs, the picture of or whatever it is, the 3D model of the wood in the back of the trailer changes, right? And it keeps changing until you've filled it up. But it's hard to kind of tell when some of the changes occur. So what I do is it's like 120 logs, right? And so on average, when you chop the wood and it clears that log properly, if it doesn't, you have to kind of like chop again and it'll bounce away. That pile of wood that surrounds the chopping block. And by the way, in order to get the right distance, you have the stump, the pile of logs, and a corner. So you get in that corner, turn around, put 1 log in by clicking the pile, chop at that distance, they'll bounce off and away, right? If you keep doing that, it'll create a pile of wood that will eventually block the stump. And it has to it can't be just like 1 log blocking the stump. It has to fill up around, and then it'll block. And that's when you move all of that wood into another pile, and you put 1 log to the side. When you get 5 logs to the side, everybody goes into the trailer, and then you have a full load. That's my method. So you keep count 5 times, stacking them up. It's like 5 times 20, something like that. And that'll get you to the fullness rate that'll get you around 2,000, whatever the money is in that game. This is the kind of stuff that I think about in games. It keeps me up at night, you know? So we'll be doing AutoCAD. We'll be working on circuits today in a little bit. I'm breaking the edge on these hole punches that I got because they're terrible. This is one of my favorite songs of the album, aside from the first song. I keep posting it up to my music Discord when I get drunk. It's a bad habit. Get drunk, listen to Aesop Rock, think I'm the coolest person ever by posting the music into my music channel, and everybody rolls their eyes. Yes, I've already listened to that song. Thank you, Bother. The last time you posted it. Let's get this stuff out of the way. I'm going to clean off the desk surface a little bit so that we can actually do a little arts and crafts at the beginning of stream. We'll start up in just a minute here. two things that I really need to do around here, and that's clean up my desk and get all these parts into bins, because we're going to go back to those 303s that we were fixing soon. TM. Contact now. Let it in, let it in. That over there. Okay, tiny ruler. We may need this, actually. I'll put this over here with the hole punches. Oh, and I found this. I don't even remember buying it. You doing a multi-layer flexible PCB? 2 layers. Yeah, 2 layers. It has to be. So I found this. Yeah, if you're flatulent gunhead, you never stop playing it. I go on and off with my summer car. It has lasting replayability. It really does. It's just one of those games that you can kind of just like exist in. But I've been playing Abiotic Factor, which is far and away my game of the year. Although technically my summer car going full access this year means maybe my summer car is my game of the year. Well, wait a minute, but that was in 25. So now my summer car takes 2025's game of the year for me. Even though it's a game from 14 years ago. I don't think I've ever seen anybody play my summer car. We've got one in our midst. Watch Flatulent Gonad. And then you also, maybe you missed all of my streams where I got the rally trophy. Not the good rally trophy, one of the intermittent rally trophies, but whatever. I don't see your rally victories. Gonad has a full set of the all the trophies. Yeah, my summer car. I mean, Rabaz is playing it literally right now. You could go watch him for a little bit if you want. I won't be insulted. I've listened to this song too many times. We're cleaning off all this stuff. I don't need the mixer to actually be physically right here. Long Drive and Jalopy are, yes, very similar games, although they have drastically different feel to them, which is good. It's good to have different games. And then there's also Tabernacle. What is that one? Blah, 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 blah. My Canadian Car Simulator. What is that? Long Drive is kind of this wonderful jankiness. Jalopy I have not played. The other one is, oh man, if Gonad were conscious right now, he would answer. Because I get streamer word block really, really bad sometimes. Where it's like something that I obviously absolutely know. I know the word, I've used it, I've said it earlier today, and then I just forget. Oh well, we'll think of that game later. But it's the janky simulator category that I love. Punishing simulator. Low graphics, punishing simulators. Monbazu, there it is, yeah. It felt like doing work. You played it more than anybody that I've seen. You know, I saw popular streamer X, Y, and Z try it. You had a whole maple syrup farm going on. Most people don't play it to that degree. So, saying it sounds like work is from you. I trust that it must feel like work. I played a little bit of it. The one that everybody's playing right now is Fast Food Simulator. Everybody's doing Fast Food Simulator. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this isn't a game. This is just work. Like I saw Sark playing with like 5 or 6 people. And they were just organizing themselves in a manner that actual fast food production occurs. If you've ever had a fast food job and you watch that stream, it's like watching your work. Why is that fun? I played it till I hated it like a real job. Yeah, you're like, this job is going to be awesome. It's exactly what I love to do. And then you're like, I don't love to do this anymore. I don't even want to be around anymore. So I didn't even realize that I bought this thing. I want to check it out real quick because I forgot about it. I found it in my bag with my other set of headphones. And it is a electromagnetic, no. What is this called? Electromagnetic radiation tester. This is going to be part of the ghost hunting stream. I don't know why I bought this or how much I got it for, but it looks like crap. It probably does an okay job, but I turned it on earlier and it was just a set of alarms. Yeah, MSC is probably the best of the driving games because it gets the driving dynamics so well. Monbazo, the car is an entity that is kind of a floaty. It doesn't feel like a car feels. Whereas in My Summer Car, I guess there's just more to the driving setup that makes it feel like, you know, you're in a truck or you feel like you're in a car. There's just a massive amount of feedback difference in terms of the way the game operates that sets it apart. Whoa, the burps. Hold on a sec. I had leftover sketty for lunch, and so there's a tomato sauce element to that, which is going to make me burp a little bit. I'm guessing this is just a 2.4 gigahertz sensor is all it is. That's all they usually are. It just senses 2.4 gigahertz signals and goes crazy at it. All right, cool. We got to do a little size measurements here. Make sure that my test points are in the right spots. And let me start up. I'm going to start up Fusion 360 because if I don't do that ahead of stream, it ends up being an issue. Oh wait, I already did. No wait, I did. Yeah, right. Never mind. Because OBS and Fusion 360 are sharing resources on a somewhat limited computer. The streaming computer is not the cream of the crop. It's not my gaming PC. I got to mute to do this. Hold on a sec. Also, with like Monbazo, I love Santa Goat, and I wish all the best. And none of these criticisms are anything personal, but the feel of Monbazo in terms of like what the game is and how it's structured is sort of like, I can do Summer Car, but with Canada, and I'm gonna have a better car. And it's like, whoa, hold on, that's not really the point of the game. My Summer Car is like a tongue-in-cheek parody of Finland in the 90s and what it's like to have kind of a summer house that your parents just sort of drop you in. And it's meant to be sort of like, ha ha, look at how harsh Finland is. And it turns out to be very fun to try to overcome a lot of what Topless Gun, the creator of My Summer Car, is trying to do. What Topless Gun is really trying to do is say, like, Finland is rough, you have to do the work. You can't, like, there's no way to get around this job. You have to do it, it sucks. And so the player is naturally sort of oriented towards trying to find shortcuts. And that's where a lot of the comedy comes from. If you pump people's poop, because you've got access to a poop truck at a certain point in the game, if you pump the poop and you decide, I don't want to pay fees to dump this poop at the sanitation center, I'll just dump it on the ground. Well, if an NPC, and these NPCs, Gonad calls them Roombas, they literally just walk until they hit an object and then change direction, right? Big map, lots of forest, walking out there, change direction. Walking out there, bump into something, change direction. They might find where you dump that poop. You've got to think very carefully if you want to sub something. It's not subterfuge. What's the word I'm looking for? If you want to subvert the process. If you want to subvert the process, you've got to know what's going on in the background. And so what'll end up happening is you get a huge fine because somebody found all the poop, which is a very sort of natural consequence for your actions. It's actions and consequences. I don't think I ever called anybody that. Monbazo still made a nice game. It needs more updates. Yeah, if Monbazo gets more work put into it, it can be a very, very good game. I don't mean to completely undercut the amount of effort that it takes to make something like a live in a place simulator, because those are a lot of fun and there's a lot of cool stuff to do in Monbazo. For sure. But again, critically, it just, I don't know, having a super nice car in the game from the get-go, where you only have to kind of like put wheels on it and it's an automatic car. With My Summer Car, you start with a garage full of car parts and you're missing a couple, and you have to put them all together to make a functional car. Now, it's not like building a real car, but it is inspired by building a real car. So a lot of the things you do feel very much like actually building a car. There's some things that are missing, although there's some things that have been implemented that are even closer, like the electrical system implementation. The other part about My Summer Car that I think a lot of the other My Summer Car likes are missing, especially Long Drive. But Long Drive became its own thing. One thing that they're missing is that you put together that car. You wrenched all the bolts to put that thing fully together. And you're vulnerable. If you crash that car, you feel it personally because it's hours of your time. It's your figuring out what goes where if you're not using a guide. The real players don't use a guide, although if you get frustrated, a guide's fine. You can use a guide. But you figured out what bolt goes where, and when you crash, those car parts become damaged or severed, and you have to find them in the woods and pick them up and put them back on your now dented car. And it's going to cost time and money to get back to where you were before the accident. It makes driving in finished roads so much more visceral because your personal time went into this thing. You made it nice. You made sure it was great, no scratches. You invested into this car, and now it's out there. It's out on the open road, and the road is unforgiving, and the NPCs are very simplistic. That's the wonder of this game. And then, in the process of building this car, it does another subversive thing. It subverts another time. What it does is, on your trips to get parts, you go all the way to town and you learn the roads. You learn the roads. You learn the back roads that take you in and out of town. Those roads are also the rally course. There's not a separate rally course. It's rally on your local roads. So much like my own personal suburban experience getting to and from school taught me all of these weird back roads that I love to drive really quickly on. So for a car guy, for somebody who likes cars, as possibly my only freedom as a teenager was having a car, learning those roads, learning how to drive them. My Summer Car does that to you, and it's just such a close experience. It's just something that I know very, very well. That game gets all of my respect for that. It's something you don't think about. Talk me out of buying a machine to fold my clothes. I hear they're pretty bad, actually. I hear they don't really do a good job. Where can I cut and paste this? Let me see what this thing is. Oops. Whoa, what is that? That's my clipboard manager. So I guess you have to fold, oops, wait, that's the wrong one. You put it on this, and then I guess the flaps fold your clothes and it drops down. $10,000. I know folding clothes sucks, but I don't think $10,000 sucks. He is a very tiny man. That is a very tiny man. Or this machine is absolutely enormous. Yeah, you still got to lay out. You do most of the work for folding. You just get one of these, and it does the same thing. I saved you $9,980. $9,970 I just saved you. Because this does the same thing as the clothes folder. You just have to lay out the shirt nicely on it, and you go bop, 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 and then you throw it. That's the man who lives in the machine and folds the clothes. I saw one that did that, like clothes folding with robot arms. We're a long way away from an appliance that folds your clothes. It would be so awesome to just throw a tub of clothes into an appliance and it would boop, 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 fold everything for you. Yeah, you could buy two $1,000 robot arms and an AI vision processor for another $1,000, and then you're down $3,000, but you have two robot arms that can jack you off. I mean, fold your clothes, fold your clothes, don't clip that, fold your clothes. You could fold your clothes with the robot arms. That's what we would do with robot arms. But that is a tiny man. Where do they find a guy that small? What's the dimensions on this thing? 950 millimeter, 850 millimeter, 1,000 by 1,000 millimeter. My 3D printer could fit on top of this thing. That's still a very tiny person. It's a very small man. His shirts would be too small for the machine. It's a very long shirt, but it wouldn't, I don't think this machine would fold his tiny little shirt. All right, so you guys want to do some arts and crafts? Oh, so you want a wisecracking robotic maid? Surely the only thing that people would be doing with a robot maid. Okay, we're not gonna broach that topic. Let me just get the fan in the right place. I need to crack the window because I'm already sweating. I was playing around with the audio mix, and I hope that my voice sounds more natural. I need to kind of carefully up the bass that you guys are getting from my voice, because in my own skull I have a lot more bass than I feel like I'm getting out of the microphone. I tried to do a very one-to-one kind of reproduction, and maybe that's what I sound like. Maybe I do sound like a chipmunk, but I don't know. I'll have to work on it without making it sound like I've run myself through a bass processor. I hate that sound. I could name a couple streamers that have that sound where it's like way too bassy and way too like processed. There's like a shh in their voice. Sounds fine to me. Well, I'm glad. I'm actually very glad that it does. Okay, let's get start soon out of here. I'm freezing. It snowed over an inch and the whole city shut down. Hey, I love days like that. I don't know. Everybody hates snow days, right? I love the snow. I do. I know it's choking and people hate shoveling and they don't like the work involved and they don't like driving in it and the salt disintegrates our cars. But I like the snow. My dog likes the snow too. So I'm not the only person that has this opinion. My dog, she loves snow. She hates rain. She doesn't like getting her paws wet. But when it's snowing out, she will just be like, and go crazy running around because she's always wearing a winter coat, right? We got over 14 inches of snow here. Oh my God. I know there's a new storm coming and we're watching out for that for Saturday for Philly. I don't know what we're going to get. Our snow is currently sort of in an interstitial state. It's starting to kind of melt a little bit. Bama is predicted to get 5 to 6 inches. Sorry, I was stumbling over what I was saying there because I was burping at the same time. 5 to 6 inches in Hotlanta. No, I mean Alabama. That's going to be disastrous. Yeah. I don't know what the storm's going to look like when it gets over to my coast. I do not know. We'll see. That'll be Saturday. I don't know if I'll stream on Saturday. I might. I need to do game streams again. We need to get back to like Jedi Knight 2. For me and the 4 people that will be watching, I think a lot of people watch me like at the office because I'm doing like electronics work. And so it looks like they are dedicating themselves to their job and learning about electronics, which, you might accidentally do if you watch my stream. But it's I appreciate the people who come in here and hang out during the day for like business stuff. I did junior time for amateur. I don't know how you do it. Maybe it's your widescreen that makes it feel more calm. But for me, it's like going down that track. That's what my brain's doing the whole time. The whole time. And it's like, I get done a stream of that and I'm like, oh, what did I just do? I feel exhausted. Accidental learning is the best. That's how I appreciate learning the most. The best, the most, most best. I don't know. Oh God, I almost caused an avalanche. We do have to design another foot for this Christmas tree stand too. That's what I've got sitting over here. Yes, motorboating. Not the fun kind. It's the kind where you've got a steering wheel in front of you. That could be the fun. No, let's not. Just got to disable the lizard brain. For me, the best, and I don't know, Gonad, you came about just as we were slowing down playing Wreckfest. Because in Wreckfest, we used to race, like me and a couple Discord people used to race a lot. We were prime in our racing skills. There we go. But Wreckfest is amazing. It's a nice arcade racing game, right? With a lot of good destruction physics in it. Although they've changed it a lot since then, but I think it's pretty good still. In Wreckfest, I would play a playlist, and the music, I guess, stopped naturally. I would play a playlist that I knew and start singing along to it, and I would always get third place. And we have some people who are really good at racing cars in the Discord that I was doing this in. But whenever I'd sing along, I would do really well. So if the higher brain gets distracted, Wreckfest stresses me out with its bad track design. No, it's great. It's also a game where you can just tag somebody and trade paint with no repercussions. I love it. I can be a total jerk off on the track. But yeah, the turning off my brain would make me do better. And I think that's what I was doing during the My Summer Car Rallies, is I would, say something repeated, and then it would distract me away, and I'd suddenly do well because I'm overthinking like racing lines and stuff like that. 1990s MCing, yeah. All right, so anyway, what are we working on today? So today we are working on circuit boards, and I've got 2 printouts of this thing. I don't know if I'm going to need both of them, but I've got my hole punches here. I want to verify that the holes in the back of the board are going to line up to my test points. That's only going to take a second, and then we'll switch over to actually laying down traces on a board. Once we start laying down traces on a board, maybe I'll be able to show off my intense skills, my amazing skills. Who knows? We'll see. But first, let's lay Kapton tape down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Kapton tape, and I'm going to tape over this whole thing, flip over, tape over the other side. And we'll have 2 layers of Kapton tape on top of a piece of paper. Then we go to the microscope, and I cut out all of these lines. It's not easy to do, but if I just get it close, it'll be okay. Then we take punches, and I'll take a reasonably sized punch that matches up to the size of the via that I'm going to use to solder to the test point, line it up very carefully, punch through the paper and Kapton tape, and have a test hole. A boat license? Oh, no. Yeah, bad track design. I mean, it's arcadey. It's not going to have like the best tracks in the world. It's a lot of fun though. I have a lot of fun playing that game. Although I haven't played it in a long time. I kind of got sick of it. Don't tell anybody, but I kind of got sick of it. Very good racing dynamics in that game. All right, so there's one. We'll use this to cut. No, don't do that to me, tape. Okay, now lining this up is tough. Like a bit of realism in track design. I mean, they've got the whole Hot Wheels track pack. that takes it fully into the realm of absurdity. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this. With a finished board design, it was very difficult for me to, I'm just going to have to do this by eyeball. With a finished board design, it was kind of hard to isolate things that I could use to measure the board with, because you're just printing out the layers of the design and they overlap. So getting an actual pad to print out and be kind of a reasonable thing to measure pads with was very hard to do, and I had to use the solder mask layers to sort of supplement that. I think that's the stencil cutout that we're looking at right now. Sorry, quiet there, holding my breath just to line everything up properly. Taped it the other way so fewer strips. This is a very square design. We are going to tape it the other way on the bottom layer. That way I get stuff to kind of cover that. Nope, come on. What I do is I put the far end up against the tape, because the tape has width. The tape has a little bit of width to it, and so I bunch the tape up against the width of the Kapton of the polyamide, and then on one end, press that down slightly, and then I try to line it up to where the gap disappears. Now there's a slight gap there. It's not a big deal. This is why you should DIY a laser engraver cutter to prototype PCBs. The only thing about that, and the hard part about that, is really that you then have an alignment problem. And I don't mean like D&D alignment. I mean like you need to align all the stuff that you're cutting out so that it cuts it properly. But both engraving, I mean, a DPI, a dot matrix printer is fine. Like, these are accessible tools. I know building a whole XY table, a whole gantry is fine, but it's like the other day, Groovy Something was having trouble. He was like, I have a battery door on a toy car that I need to replace. How would I do it? And I'm like, oh, that's super easy. It's super cheap. All you do is take your Creality 3D scanner, scan the opening, then take a photo of the old part, design it in CAD for 25 hours of work, and then you can print it on your 3D printer, on your $300 3D printer for 89 cents. And it'll only cost you 89 cents. It's like, Groovy doesn't have any of that stuff. He doesn't know CAD. He could probably learn it if he really wanted to dedicate to that, but what's the cost of a battery door? So why invest hundreds of dollars into tools? I mean, I do that anyway. Invest all the money into tools if a DPI printer is going to do just a fine job, and all I need to do is be careful with Captain Tape for a minute or two. Yeah, slap some cardboard down. Well, what he actually found that some guy in Italy was reproducing the door for this little toy car. But then Groovy Something was like, look, or sorry, Short Lurker was like, you know, JLC PCB does, they actually do 3D prints. So for $4, and I wish JLC would sponsor me, for fuck's sake. For $4, you could get a 3D print of a Thingiverse battery door. So maybe that would be the solution. And because my suggestion was, oh, go to your local library. Maybe they have a 3D printer. But that was something that Short Lurker actually explored, because it's common in the 3D printing like subreddits. Oh, I went way overboard. In the 3D printing subreddits where they tell somebody to just go to a library and get the thing printed out. But it turns out your local library wants you to sign up for a class. So it's not that easy. It's not as easy as you may think to get access to a 3D printer. Tape and cardboard makes a pretty fine battery door. Yeah, that's a good one in a pinch. Video paused. Continue watching? No, wait, pause. What are you doing? Jeez. Stupid thing. All right, so now that I've done that, now's the hard part. The hard part is cutting this thing out in any kind of a reasonable fashion. I did put tape on both sides to try to keep it from curling, because when you put tape only on the one side, it creates kind of like a stretching difference between the two of these, and it ends up being like the other one, which I have put against the edge of the table many times to try to unbend it, but it just goes like this. Oh, I gotta take a sip of water. You can join a makerspace as well. Aren't they, I mean, wouldn't that be expensive though? If you just want a battery door for your toy car. Yeah, having the 3D printer is very nice, but it's something where you've got to, like, if you have it, to hammer every problem is a nail, and suggesting other people just get a 3D printer is not really a good, it's kind of smug. I would suggest you get a 3D printer. What the fuck do I know about 3D printing? We don't have to be totally accurate in this cutout. I just need the microscope so that I can get at least a little bit close to the line. This is a new blade. This blade has only ever cut paper and the cutting board beneath it. Oop, overshot. I don't know who Aesop Rock uses for his beats, but they are so good. They're just futuristic trip-hop tracks. I'll read chat in just a sec. I got to kind of concentrate on these cuts. These cuts that I have to make. Trying to work with the angle that my arm is sitting on the table at. Move up a little bit. I would love to be able to make music that sounds kind of like that from my modular synthesizer. I haven't even started making music with that fucking thing. Got a lot of work to do so that I can properly tune modules. I would like to get that module tester in a less of a fledgling state. As it is right now, it is a frequency generator, which will be great for us because we can use those frequencies to test out the mixer circuit that we'll be working on in just a little bit. Chat is active. Consider clipping. Oop, strayed too far from the line. No, we're not going for like balls to the wall accuracy. There's a lot of leeway in all of these dimensions. A lot of leeway. What does Lee get all the way? I don't understand that. What has Lee ever done for us? Like, was Lee so imprecise or destructive that we had to give them extra space all the time? I mean, I guess they earned it. You know, scrapbookers and people who publish magazines used to do this for a living. They would cut stuff out like this and overlay it on top of other pieces of cardboard. This is the OG Photoshop that we're using right now. I can't imagine. Do you imagine doing that as a career? My hand is already cramping just from this. Yeah, collaginating. Collages are fun. You can do a lot of cool stuff with collages. It has an aesthetic. It has that early, and again, the early 2000s sort of collage aesthetic was not invented by Flash or Adobe, but the processes involved make very similar feeling stuff. This is what they did before they invented the circuit. I mean, for a long time, we were etching PCBs by doing printer stencil transfers, but before that, you had etch resist markers and stuff. And then my dad actually has a stencil that has all the circuit elements in it. So you could draw a schematic with a stencil to do your resistors and stuff. Pretty cool. We should like take that out and do one of our napkin circuits that way. Yeah, this is a PCB printed on paper covered in Kapton tape. This is an approximation of what we will get from JLC PCB's flexi PCB service. It's going to be very similar to this. Circuit. Oh, did I miss that? That's an easy one to miss. Okay, hold on. What's chat been saying? Have enough bunches to cause a small avalanche? I bought a 3D printer with problems going to 0, 0. Yeah. First 3D print is Benchy. Mine was the Happy Cat that apparently uses up all of the stuff. Have you gotten an X1C yet, Wexo? I wrote Bamboo Labs a nicely penned letter where I was pandering to them. I said, you guys have these beautiful feet, and I would love to just kiss them. And they didn't email me back. So I'm one of the only creators that doesn't have a Bamboo Labs printer. I have a 3D printer and a CNC mill. Mine's not CNC, but that's only a matter of time. I always felt like an inconvenience when I had to print anything that took longer than an hour. Everything I print takes longer than an hour. What are you talking about? Well, actually, some of the little tiny like interstitial pieces, like brackets and stuff, do actually take less than an hour. And I feel weird when my prints take less than an hour. I have enough benchies to cause a small avalanche. I too had a flotilla of benchies. I have thrown them out, but I still have a couple of them. Like, for instance, the shockingly accurate Elegoo goop printer benchy that looks like a piece of frosted glass. It's insane. I always keep this thing around. It's so accurate. I've never seen anything like it. It's insane. But this is the broken resin printer that I bought, and it performs nicely. There's a little bit of roughness just because I didn't know what I was doing at the time, but yeah, just all except for like this is a little rough. This is a little rough, this layer. Oh, and it's dirty. Oh, it's been in the lab for a while. I'm learning simple CAD. It seems to be the path when you get a printer. Yeah, learning CAD is kind of goes one and one because you really want to be able to make your own stuff. Otherwise, you're relegated to printing out like figurines. And I don't need more titties in my life. I don't need more little booby figurines, you know, crouching around every corner of this shop. So I use the printers for engineering stuff. So it ends up being like, oh, I could make a rigid backing for the circuit board if I export it to the 3D design part of Fusion 360 and I do a little 3D printing. I can have a rigid back support on this thing without having to specify my own layers and have JLC PCB do it for me. I could just do it on my own. This is what they did before they invented the circuit. Well, so I've seen a couple boards that were from probably the 70s where they bought copper clad board. You could just buy that from, you used to be able to just buy that from Radio Shack. It was just copper clad on either side of the board. And what they did is they scratched it off with a knife in order to make their circuit. It was horrible looking. Then I realized that doing pressing rubber tiles onto paper is a method of screen printing artwork. And so there is a set of tools that make these little V grooves. And so if I were to start with a copper clad board and I penned a design onto it, I could very easily make it using this tool because this tool has a little V groove in the front. This is something that I came up with a year ago, and I've never used it since because we don't do stuff that way anymore. It's very annoying. It's annoying that this is like the perfect tool for making your own PCB in a pinch, and I just simply don't have to do that anymore. I came up with a great method. You have one of those? Yeah, it's good if you really need to like isolate a trace on something. Although it's kind of hard to control. Did you get the CPAP blower working? I did not. It's not a hard thing to get working. I just have to hook it up to a pin of the printer, and then I have to figure out what the blower is going to look like. There's a style of PC making called Manhattan style, where they use raw copper clad board as the ground plane and solder all the parts together in a point-to-point fashion. I'm very familiar with that indeed. And that's when components used to have leads that were strong. You would float all of your components up above your ground plane. And it's good, sometimes it's good for RF circuits. You see it a lot in RF actually, where you have that copper clad FR4 board and you have everything is just soldered straight down to that board with some kind of a monster soldering iron, I would imagine. And everything is exciting, I'm excited to see your mock-up. Well, we're getting there. Sorry, I'm talking to chat a little bit too much. I'm getting distracted. I need somebody to be like, back to work. No, don't do that. I'll be mad. All right, so this is the clover that I need to cut out, which is the interface to the pins of the chip that I'm removing. We're just going to do this in a clover fashion. I need like an ultra wide camera so that I can start at the very top and work my way down. Yeah, I really wish Bamboo had gotten back to me about that printer. Maybe I need to check my spam folder. Maybe it thought, you know, maybe they sent me an email just gushing over my stream. They're like, we love you. We love your stream. You're so awesome. Bamboo Labs loves you. We're talking about your stream constantly in our halls. You can't go a day without somebody. Did you see what Bother did the other day? Who? but they haven't. I don't think they really have. They want larger creators. All those Australian machinists that they love sending their printers to. Oh, I just phoned up Bamboo Labs and they sent me this $3,000 printer. And I hit Control P and my design fucking farted out of it. Fully realized, functional. I got a teraflop from its processor and it's made out of plastic. Love you, Bamboo Labs. I don't get in on that love fest. I go, hey, it's me, oh bother. I have 75 concurrent viewers and over 400 views per stream. And they go, are you speaking to me? Did you think that you were capable of speaking to me? Because you're not really allowed to speak in my direction. And I go, okay. And then I cower back into my little corner of the internet and cry about it on stream. Did that worm make a noise? Silence, peasant. We will decide your fate. Whew. Hand cramps. Gotta love hand cramps. I had a vinyl cutting machine. That probably could have done this job if I could get it to align properly and if it would actually grab on to the paper, which is always a problem with vinyl cutters. But it was given to me broken from a friend of mine, and it was full of cat hair. And actually the parts were the original stepper motors that went in to burn the subs. My first benching was only 11 minutes. Highly suggest bamboo. 11 minutes? That's unreal. Reminder, don't clean your cuticles during a stream. All right. Sorry, I've got tomato sauce in my nails. It's one of those things where you take the leftover spaghetti and you dump a bunch of mozzarella in it, and you call that food. Cut the subs doesn't sound as appealing. It does to me. Be nicer to yourself. The self-deprecation is part of the humor. I don't actually feel like that. All right, that's one piece of it. Now we got to do this jaw. I don't know if they're going to have problems with these cutouts. I don't think they will, but I was just kind of guessing when I made them. And if I do have to change them, that may affect where my traces are going. Now I have that song stuck in my head, and I can't even get the note progression correct most of the time. It's just stuck in my brain, and yet I have nothing to do with it. Oops, I way overshot that one. Getting this thing to track in the right direction is kind of a challenge. They have these knives that have a swivel blade on the front, and they're used in cutting vinyl, but they're also tools that have that swivel blade knife on the end of it. And I guess that's where you would use one of those to do these cuts maybe. Oh, these are mostly straight lines. I don't have to trace a lot of circles, and I don't need to care about doing this exactly. So we can just approximate these. I already measured these with the other printout. We already measured these. These are more proof of concept, but I just want to have them in this one. Nice cuts. It's going slow, and having a microscope really help. I'll print an army. What did you? Where's this link? Oh, I still Wexo. Still got it. It's just sitting right over there. I try to keep it somewhere like well in the background of the camera. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, a lot of I had terrible handwriting until the day I realized all I needed to do was just slow down a little bit. Slow down when writing. Most of your college and stuff like that will have you jamming notes onto a notepad as quick as possible in order to get through material. And then you realize that you have terrible handwriting, but not really. It's just a matter of being able to do things a little bit slower. I don't know how people can write quickly and clearly. That's not something that I can do. I just peeled that apart instead of peeling the individual layer, huh? Come on. Out with ye. Oh, there it goes. It just popped away. All right, not the best. It's good enough, though. This will be cut out for me by machines. So I finished Hunger Games Season 2, and I obviously will not be talking about any spoilers at all, but I can say that I am so sick of this streaming format of television. It's great that they release all the episodes like at once so that you can lose all your sleep. You can get 2 hours of sleep one night just because of your favorite show. So not Hunger Games. I meant Squid Games. I watched Squid Games Season 2. And not Hunger Games. That's how tired I am from binge watching this crap. It comes out all in one chunk, and then you've got, 6 or 7 episodes of just this great Korean show that's just so like fun and interesting, and then you watch it all in one go. You get an hour of sleep, and then you come back into the real world, and you go, what the hell is going on? And then 2 years later, you get the next season. And so the producers, knowing that there was going to be another season, left it on a bit of a cliffhanger, as is typical of these streaming shows. You always know exactly how these things are going to go down. You're going to get a certain amount of content, and at the very end, they're going to pull the rug, and you go, wow, I can't wait for season 2 years later. 2 years, 2 entire fucking years until they... You used to have 26 episodes in a TV show. You had bottle shows where they were like, well, what are we going to do in this one to make it cheap? Let's do a character study on one single character. But now it's all wrapped up in these 6 or 7 episode fucking like mega episodes. You can get a lot of story beats in that, which is great. But it also kind of, I don't know, it's unfulfilling. You get to the end of the season and you're like, well, what did we do today? Like, what did we do? Yeah, the weekly releases are annoying for some shows. Hold on one second. Like a weekly release schedule is very interesting, and it keeps kind of the buzz going, and you can kind of process between episodes a lot better, the things that are going on. It's just, man, this 2 years in between episodes is a monster. In between seasons, rather. It's a monster. I understand, like, with animation and all of the special effects that they use and the fact that everything's movie quality, but hey, maybe it doesn't need to be movie quality. Maybe things can be a little bit Bush League. I don't know. It kind of just grates after a while. All right, so we've got to get this double-sided taped down. It doesn't mean we can't peel it off. Oh, I need to do the hole punches first. Wait a sec. We need to do the hole punches. Do I need to do this on top of something? Probably, but what's soft enough? FR4 would probably be a good thing to cut over. God, why am I so burpy? What else do I have? What do I have? What scrap do I have? I have some things that are 3D printed. I'm going to need a tiny little hammer, too. I need just a little tiny hammer. I definitely do have a little tiny, little brass hammer. That'll be just good. That'll be perfect. Still haven't seen season 1, probably won't. That's okay. You don't got to watch everything. I do like to watch this stuff because as a content creator, first of all, I could technically expense my Netflix subscription if I wanted to, now that I've mentioned one of their shows. But the other thing is that people like to spoil things. Oh, here's a little piece of wood. This would be perfect. This is the Ertlurker board. Yeah, there's an Ertlurker. There's an Ertlurker on it from when we were testing Burn the Subs on Pinewood. That's not a ball peen. There's no ball or peen. When I have a ball peen in my hand, you'll know it. There's my cable. There it is. So yeah, first half of the stream, I guess we're doing this, and then the second half we're going to do AutoCAD. We will do AutoCAD. Scrap Delrin, that would be pretty good. No, I had a puck of Delrin. I don't know where it went. How are we going to align this properly? So I turned on the drills, which put these weird boxes around the things, but then I also turned on, actually the drills put the X, and some other process put the little boxes around everything. But that little X is going to help us align where our test pads are. No, I'm right-handed. Correct-handed, that is. I am correctly handed. That's a close size. I kind of want to go oversize a little bit, though. That's a tiny one. That's very small. We don't need that small. I want to get the whole of the circle cut out, because that way we'll tape down the... I don't want to go that big. I want it to just be a little bit larger than... Maybe a little bit smaller than the outer circle would be good. I don't know how that compares. I could do like a test hole. Now let's just full send. Yeah, that looks like it's the same size. That didn't even fucking punch, and it just made a dent. At least it gave us a little bit of a data point there. Oh, jeez. It was way off. Smaller than that. Try this one. Like, I don't know how I'm going to be able to align these. Oh, that one way through. Holy shit. Well, we have the little cross, the cross hatch to go off of. Why? Oh, good. It actually did cut. See how the hole's off, but we still have that little X to use. Punch it real good. Bum, 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 bum. Correct that. Okay, anyway. Imagine you make that song and it just makes your whole career, and you have to keep performing that song. And it's a weird poppy 80s song where you go, correct that, and you have to wear a weird hat all the time. Is Devo happy? Are they happy? Sometimes I think about these things. Well, it looks like the punches did leave a little bit to be desired here. Is that the right size via? No. What we're relying on is the little crosshatch to guide us. I want a window, not a via. The whole purpose of what we're doing right now... I thought you were singing Salt and Pepper. Oh, I never listened to Salt and Pepper. I don't think... I probably know one or two songs. Were they Philly-based, or were they somewhere... They're probably L.A. Boys to Men was... They have their mixing studio in Philadelphia. Which one of the studios I think that they worked in or something. I was going to take a class in mixing at... But we never went fully through with it. It's funny because you're in the middle of the city. You wouldn't associate the place with music. You walk into this brick building and there's somebody with like a Korg synthesizer just hanging out. Kind of jarring. Okay, so those are the holes. Those are the windows into our soul. I'm going to put a piece of double-sided tape down, and then I need to align this part as best I can, because we are using those holes to see if we're over the proper test points. We can even put a mark in them if we want to mark where our holes are. That's how it was in Alabama. It's hilarious. Like, you wouldn't think that you're near like a world-class studio. I mean, it was really cool, to be honest. Devo's not a one-hit wonder. Okay. I don't know if I ever said that. Maybe, yes, I did. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Never mind. I had to do a mental review of what I was saying. But he still has the, whoever, the lead singer still has to go, step on a crack. Why does that make me laugh? It's just the way that they did stuff in the 80s. All right, that looks close. I've had a lot of trouble this week figuring out if stuff was properly aligned, like if there's an even amount of space on one side than the other. I know these are uneven. That's fine. It's just I'm looking at the overlap of the stencil marking. I'm looking at that overlap and seeing, like, is it the same on this side as on this side? And I've been doing that in CAD a whole lot. There's one city that the whole thing was the Beatles recorded music there in bumfuck nowhere. Yeah, well, the big stars tend to do that because we don't have the marks on the bottom. Well, here's the thing, though. All I see is copper. I like what I'm seeing here. All I'm seeing is copper. Let's put a little score mark on these to see if we've got the right test points. So I'm just going to put a little doot across this. And our holes are off. I probably should have printed this double-sided, maybe gotten a little X overlay, or I could have put this, put light behind this, hold it up to a lamp and mark over where the ink is so that I would know what's, oh, it's Hey Jude, okay. I'm not a huge fan of the Beatles. I know I could probably make people legitimately angry when I say that I just don't like listening to the Beatles. Obviously, they're revolutionary and they did amazing things for music, so don't get me twisted on that. I'm just not a huge fan. I had not a roommate. They had the dorm next to me. We shared a wall that was made of cinder blocks. It's a very old dorm. Drexel University is not all that lavish. And I was an Infected Mushroom fan, and he was a Bob Dylan and Beatles fan. There was tension in those walls. Although his girlfriend knew who Infected Mushroom was, so. But it was bad because we both had speakers. Really, I should have been using headphones, and I was a dumb kid. So, Led Zeppelin better than the Beatles. Well, you don't like Zepp? I don't know. I like my acid rock of days of yore. I love that stuff. Prog rock and stuff is great. I'm a weirdo synthesizer head. I mean, what do you expect from me? So double slash on TP6, almost in the middle. TP1, which is our ground, we get a double slash. That looks like it's almost in the middle. TP2, close enough. I don't really see the slash marks on it, but they're there. And then TP3, we also have marks. Well, I marked it. I just didn't make them deep slashes. So it looks like our test points are in alignment. I'm shocked at that. I went off of documents from the PicoPi datasheet. I think it's the datasheet. No, not the RP2040 has a datasheet, but that's just for the chip. We went off of the Raspberry Pi Pico specs, and I found a document that showed all of these test points. And it's actually, God damn it, it's to the point where I'm really debating whether or not I want to just completely delete the whole design and go back and just use the chip. Just use the chip. And if I just use the chip, it means I don't need the muxes. So that may be our revisit when we start reading. Our revisit of this project might be that we break it down all the way to the RP2040, so it's just a chip on a flexi PCB. But irregardless of that, by the way, I have a dry sense of humor, and so when I say things like irregardless, I am just using a word that should be like nails on a chalkboard for most people. I do that just because. And then I don't react to it at all, and then people assume that I use the word irregardless anything but ironically. I am not using it. I hate that word. But anyway. Coheed and Cambria. Yes, I've heard of Coheed and Cambria. I don't live in a fucking mayonnaise jar. I have Infected Mushy CD. Nice. I met Dove Dev and Irez at the Trocadero. Was it the Trocadero? Whoa, wait a minute. Which one of these YouTube chats is the current one? Oh, Infected Mushroom is like Goa-y kind of music. It's that whole like face melty, hard banging techno. So if you want to dance the entire night and just almost die from dancing, that's that music. And I used to be big into that kind of stuff when I was smaller and I could dance more. It's the kind of music to have palpitations to. But it's a lot of fun. It's a very kind of trancey, hard-hitting trancey genre. You don't have a breakdown where things just go boo doo 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 and you get your build up for 20 minutes and then a drop. It's always a drop. And sometimes you get some really amazing synth work going on. Yeah, psytrance is what it's called. Yeah, there you go. Psytrance, Goa, that kind of stuff. I guess Goa is specific to Goa. I'm going to put this back down just for posterity's sake. Okay, so all of our holes are in alignment, so I think I can actually order this board. I think we're actually at a place where we can order a PCB, and I'll feel good about it. And maybe, just maybe, when I get this thing in the mail, we'll put it together and it'll work. That or I'll be chasing down bad solder joints ad nauseum. But either way, the design itself is going pretty well. That's the right order of words. Now look at that. Those are all copper. Beautiful. Because what's going to happen is, yeah, I didn't trust the footprint because it's the first time making a footprint for a Pico Pi circa 2020. First time making this footprint, and the second part of it was the vias under the board that I personally placed were translations and translations and translations of dimensions. So you go to the edge of your pad where they give you the measurement, and then you take half of that, and so that's the coordinate location of that, but their 0 point is over here and yours is over here, and so you have to translate it all. And so using a printer with a one-to-one print, which AutoCAD Fusion 360 allows you to do so easily, you should get it right now. No, I'm not actually under any obligation to do that kind of an ad. This is a sponsored stream. My copy of Fusion 360 is funded by AutoCAD on their creators program, so long as we use their program for a couple streams a month. It's not even that, it's a couple streams every 3 months. But anyway, the whole point is, in Fusion, I made my own pad based on measurements, personal measurements, very, very personal measurements. I really don't want to talk about them. And measurements that were on data sheets online. And so in order to put my mouth where my money is made, wait a minute, that sounds bad. In order to make sure that this thing is going to go together properly, what I was able to do is just simply print out the PCB. And this is a time-honored tradition of basically any CAD program that is worth its own salt, is that you can use your printer to be a more accurate sort of, I don't know, prototype helper, cut marker, whatever. And I was able to actually hit Control P, where is it? Sorry, I'm thinking about two things at once. I was able to hit Control P and know that everything would turn out, would fit into the right stuff, and that my pads to solder from the other side, yeah, mock-up, that was the word I was looking for, that my pads from the other side would actually line up to, hey, what's up, Veronica here, would line up to the holes that I put in this thing. So these 4 holes, I know I can solder through from the back end, and I can get to the test pads that are under the RP2040. Sorry, the Pico Pi. I can get to my USB pads, the ground pad, and then this one is the reset button. These two are weird ones. One of them is like access to the EEPROM, and the other one does some other weird thing. So I don't really need those. I don't need those two. So that's how I'm getting to boot select and how I'm getting to these 2 USB tracks. And it turns out it works pretty well. Yeah, now that I've done this, that I've done the hole punching and the measuring, and we see that I'm able to access copper from the other side, that means that I can go ahead and order this board. We know that our max chips are going to be okay. The tenting the vias. I need to figure out tenting the vias, and I haven't been able to do that. I'll take a look at where that is. And then we've also overlaid these flexi PCB portions on top of the pins of the chips. And those I will be able to solder bridge over and make little connections on the board. I don't know why it was so confusing for chat last stream. There were just people, I guess, people who didn't have as much experience in electronics, and maybe since they're seeing stuff on this camera, everything is big. Everything seems like it's big in my stream. It's not. I'm tiny and short. By tenting, I mean that over the hole, we don't need to have a cutout for the solder mask. The solder mask is basically going to be another layer of the polyamide, sort of in the same manner that I've taped this thing shut. That's how the flexi PCB is built. There's going to be like a copper that gets deposited onto the polyamide, and then a sheet of polyamide over that that's been cut out. And the cutouts are where I can access the copper and solder to it. But for the vias, for taking a trace, a circuit connection from one layer to the next, I don't need to access that, save for maybe probing it. So I can have the polyamide just laid over top of that hole. As it is right now, this is being built for FR4. Fusion doesn't necessarily do a lot to cater to the flexi PCB design. There's like one or two things that they could incorporate that would kind of help it out. But as of right now, you can see here, there is this sort of halo. It's highlighting whatever I mouse over. There's like a halo, a white halo around my pad. That doesn't need to be there. I need the copper to be kept out, obviously, because it's a trace. But the what do you call it? Oh wait, yeah. These do need the cutouts. Never mind. That's the wrong, bad example. Here's the good example. Stop highlighting everything, damn it. See, there's that cutout over top of the via. That doesn't need to be there. We can put an insulative sheet of polyamide over the whole thing. And that's tenting, because you're tented over that hole. It's not like I need to solder anything to that. Unless that's how the connection's being made from layer to layer. I'm not too sure about that. I don't know how that works. Maybe I got to look it up. It might just be plated through. But yeah, if I bend these down and over, that creates the distance that we need to get to all of the pads that are on the old, on the keyboard. It's not old. It's going to be brand new. It'll be awesome. I'll have to be careful when bending these because they don't have any stiffeners on them. There's no plastic that goes on this thing. And that's fine. We need this to be as close as possible. I'm also debating about having the ground layer go all the way out to the end of these. So the vias, yeah, so they're not exposed on the top layer, and so that the sheet of polyamide has less cuts in it. Fewer cuts. These are hard to bend. I mean, I'm going to have to do this for the real thing because it's got to bend down for the double-sided foam tape. I'm going to use VHB tape. I keep trying to say VKB tape. VKB is a Russian simulator accessories company. They're the pedals that I have that are sitting in a box, taken apart, that I need to put back together so I can do my spaceship fighting rig. All right, so these are bent down and then flat. I'm taking care with this to get it right just because I want a good mock-up. I want to do everything properly for my mock-up. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, well, Star Citizen was what the original idea behind it, and Lord knows that I've got plenty of time to get back to that project before that game releases. Assuming they can fucking lock Roberts in a supply closet for a couple months and get him to stop feature creeping. We don't need this anymore. Do we think single player is going to release anytime? I know they're probably saying 2025, but who isn't? Every game is like, yeah, it's just 2025. We'll do something. Sure. We'll like release or something. I don't know. Fuck. So yeah, these are lining up just right. It might be a little long, but I might have to actually cut them back, which is why I'm wondering if I should have no ground plane up to the connector. Because if I've got the ground plane up to the connector and I cut it back, that means I might expose the ground plane. But if I bend these down and over, they're at the beginning of that. So I just need to solder bridge over that little tiny gap. And again, this is where having just a normal printer, a normal dot matrix printer, laser printer is fine too, really pays off with building circuit boards because you can do a one-for-one mock-up. And it basically represents your design almost exactly. So that'll just go like that. We'll just connect to the pins. My kids will be old and crippled before that game is greenlit for full release. Well, just like the fate with everything else, we looked at Star Citizen and the progress that they were making, and we went, oh my God, this is revolutionary. It looks so good. PC gaming is back. And then another generation or two of consoles releases before they release the game, and suddenly it's like an average graphical experience as opposed to how revolutionary it was back when we first saw some of the really cool stuff they were doing with like generative cityscapes and things like that. Whoa, you can go all the way from the atmosphere onto the planet. That's amazing. Oh, and then Starfield comes out, and they could have done the same thing, and they didn't. They kind of squelched out. They didn't do a great job of that, but still, they could have, and they could have put Star Citizen. They could have really panned it. They made it seem like it's not all that special. See, the processor on this now sits all the way up here. That's sort of part of the design, is that the processor is way far away from the bottom of the keyboard. Now, if I went to just this chip and we happen to have just enough pins to run everything and do all the rows and columns, then I probably could have it just be these two and then just one chip sitting out here with the clock and the voltage regulator and stuff. I could have it just be a little thing like that. But I decided to go full ham. I've got 100 by 100 millimeters. We're well within those specifications. So I'm pretty confident about this board now. That was a good session there. I feel good. Thanks to Fusion 360. No, we're not that sponsored. I like doing that joke where I just mindlessly go into the corporate shilling of this product, but at the same time, I don't know. It's been good. It's been working out for me pretty well. But that, again, all I did was go to the document layer and I hit print. There are, in Fusion for 3D design, there are some better layout kind of tools where you can make like a shop drawing for like a machinist. And I wish I had some of those tools in this. Maybe I'm just not looking at the right features for this. Where I've taken 3D, like three-dimensional designs, and I've made drawings for myself that had big like crosshairs on all the drills that helped me line things up. And I was able to like, you know, take some hairspray and attach the drawing to a sheet of metal, and then I would drill out all the holes that I needed to in the metal. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it turned from sci-fi spaceship sim to universe sim. I will never forgive that. I know what they're doing is amazing, but your character wasn't what was important. Your character would change from death to death. That was originally what it was supposed to be. You were the ship. I liked it when you were the ship. But then they decided that they could turn it into like a full universe simulation. And that's all well and good. It's very ambitious. I wanted my plunky little spaceship simulator where I turn on all the engines and I get the joystick in hand, and then I just go to town and fly the spaceship. Just fly spaceships all over the place, you know? That's what I was supposed to do. But it never happened. Now you're a person sitting in a spaceship going to Mars. Yeah, it's well, also going from space to planet was really cool. Like, that's a really cool feature, and I'm not angry at it, but I would rather it be a little bit more what it was going to be, which is you get your spaceship. I'm flying a spaceship in space, doing space stuff. It is what it is. This is what happens with projects, and typically Chris Roberts has to have like, somebody has to have a yoke on Chris Roberts and kind of be able to pull on it and slow him down a little bit and go, hey, maybe fewer ideas is more. But they are making progress, and you can follow the progress. That's been one of the sort of double-edged swords of Star Citizen, and the reason people call it Scam Citizen. You can follow along with the process and see what they're doing. They are rolling in tons of features. I don't know what they're doing right now because I've taken a break from following that. But they, at least at first, were just rolling in feature after feature, and everybody's going, oh my God, what's going on? Why is this like this? But that's game development. That's normal game development. This game is taking a long time. Games take a long time. Quitter. No, I got sick of it, man. I love looking at spaceships, and I used to do that a lot. I put a lot of money into Star Citizen, to be honest, but I had a good job back then. I had a job that actually paid. Not like this shit. I had a job that actually paid me money. And then, of course, the total dollar amount is hard to look at when you're kind of a boiled frog. You got there by spending little bits of money. My big regret is telling my friends that they should buy the initial copy. It was like $14. And then when the game releases, you'll have a copy of the game. And I was like, this deal's going away. They're going to up the price. You better buy it. But that was maybe an ill thought, ill conceived. So I did a lot of gate swapping on this thing. We are in the stage of building this circuit where things are getting a little complicated. I mean, if I were to draw a roadmap of this mixer project, we have napkin drawing and the initial discussion, then gathering specific parts and designs, coming up with an initial design, putting that design on paper, the napkin stage, testing specific pieces of that design to make sure that they work together the way you think they do, putting the full design onto something like a prototyping board where you can test your full design and get an idea how it's going to work, compromises, different parts that you want to do in order to fit it onto a physical area that you might need to make something smaller or use a part that you're not familiar with. So you order those parts and you test those parts. Then committing the design to a schematic in CAD with the parts you know that are going to work because you've put your full design together with all the parts that you're going to use in the regular design. We are just beyond that stage. We got our CAD drawing down. We put it into a physical two-dimensional board in order to make sure that our parts would fit. And in this case, we kind of took a Hail Mary on those parts fitting. This board is unreasonably small. We knew what we were getting into initially. The complexity of the design, of course, also ballooned. The complexity of the design is there such that you can have a singular volume knob adjust two different channels that are completely isolated. I did not know how to do that without using a dual pot or a voltage controlled amplifier. So we used the V2160, 2164, etc. In order to do the voltage controlled amplification. The thing about that is that only comes in two packages, through hole and, oops, sorry. Let's close this other design for now. It's taking up my tab space. There we go. Everything just closes as one. Unfortunately, the V2164 only comes in an SO16 form factor. Now that's fairly small. It's fairly small for most designs, but we only have a 10 millimeter width in this board, 10 by 100. Those are absolute maximum width and height. So instead of having a bunch of SO parts, which I consider to be field workable, I can replace an SO16 with a gas-powered soldering iron backstage at a gig if I have extra SO16s. I could repair that on the fly. However, QFNs are a totally different leap in technology, and they are a little bit more difficult to work with. They're harder to work with. You can still get to those leads from the edges, but they're not necessarily easy to rework on the fly. I couldn't get this off of the board in a pinch. But we were forced to use it because that's the only way that we're going to fit 16 amplifiers in this form factor. The other challenge is that we have one PCB. One PCB means that I've only spent $5. My traces don't travel a lot, so they're not as prone to interference, and it just makes things easy everywhere but board layout design. If I went to 4 layers, I could probably fit these traces in here a little bit more, but where's the challenge in that? So I am sticking to 2 layers. I am sticking to a 2-sided PCB with controls on one side, components on the other. And that creates quite a dense design. We have a lot of trouble with this thing fitting everything in. And I've been working on this constantly. I've been working on it all week in the background. So there's little bits of progress here and there. The real way to do this when you're laying out a circuit board like this is you have requirements, right? You need to get power in, you need to do the certain circuit stuff. You kind of whittle it down to its lowest number of components. Then you group everything by function. And when you group everything by function, I had little blocks of, well, here's the input, here's the control, here's where we do the voltage controlled amplification, here's the volume control, here's the final stage of amplifiers, here's the headphone amplifier. And I used a headphone amplifier because I don't know what I'm doing. I just don't know what I'm doing. So I used this high quality audio headphone amplifier, which is another QFN package. I don't really know if I needed to do that, but Unfortunately, throughout this entire design, I have been learning that I can just barely fit this into all of these stringent and unreasonable requirements. It's actually kind of scary that this stuff is actually fitting, because we have all of our inputs on this side practically blocking everything. I'm able to sneak a resistor in next to the potentiometers as the voltage adjust resistor. I should move that up a little bit, actually. We got to get out of the way of this pylon. One of my 5 favorite rappers. Yeah, so we're barely able to fit everything onto this board. And again, Fusion 360's beautiful 3D rendering of the parts. By the way, a lot of the work was on this guy. I had to scour the internet, go on Thingiverse, go on DigiKey to get 3D models for these parts, and then just give them sort of a color code that represents what they are. And I have used these pads before for the Donkey Kong connectors. Donkey Kong connectors, by the way, there is a rip-off Donkey Kong. It's not a rip-off, but it's a different version of the Donkey Kong connector. What you want from your connector, absolutely make sure that there is a metal shoulder on that threaded part, because when you tighten down this thread, mechanically, you want to be tightening against something strong, and that strong something is this plate of metal that is part of this other plate of metal, right? These are one piece. In the knockoff, this piece right here, the threaded part, is actually riveted to this plate back here. And much in the same way that they show on this model, see there's like a rivet back here where it's been crushed together. That's fine as long as all of the force of screwing in that machine threaded headphone connector, all that force, if it's going into something where it's 2 pieces of pig metal that are folded against one another barely to the, the most profitable way possible, which means the shittiest way possible. If you tighten that screw down, it can extrude your headphone, your threaded part, through that metal plate, and your whole connector just disassociates. It just falls apart. It'll just completely unbuild itself. So the proper Donkey Kong connector, this piece is one piece. This piece with the shoulder is one piece. And so you're working against one piece of metal, so you can actually tighten it down and it won't break. That's really important, because I've been burned before. It's like some of the synthesizers you see have those round tightening things on them, and those might be those knockoffs. May not have to do with that fastener so much, to be honest, but I know the knockoff Donkey Kongs don't have a hex bolt, probably for the very reason that you can't tighten down the round ones as much as you can an actual nut. So yeah, those, and then we have alpha potentiometers. These are used very often in these 2 euro rack, 2 HP module. 2 HP is actually a place that sells, I don't know if 2 HP is the size of the company. I'm not sure. The only place that these SO16 parts fit is under the potentiometer. The Donkey Kongs are too dense to fit the parts, which makes me worried about this tab hitting these pins over here. So we might have to do some various modifications. What I want to do is have just a little 0.5 millimeter cutout in the edge of the board over here. We'll probably have to go to the, what is it called? Milling layer to do that. I'll have to do a little milling pass where it just takes out 0.5 millimeter from the edge of the board, and then these will be able to kind of clip in and hug the edge of the board. That's what'll be holding our board up. So what you do, you group everything, and then you try to make the air wires as clean as possible, meaning that the connections that we programmed, the CAD program, essentially when you're putting the schematic down, not only are you documenting your design, but you are programming this piece of software to tell you what pads are supposed to be connected. And so we have all of these air wires that we can turn on and off. We can turn on and off the air wires, but we have these air wires that tell us what connections are supposed to be made between all of our components here. So like, for instance, right there, it's telling us we should be connected over there. These, I kind of want to move up a little bit, so we'll just kind of sneak them. Well, the problem is I can't move them too far because there is a connector sitting right there. So we'll maybe do that. I don't know where the edge of that one is. Let's view the right layer for it. So I go to the layer stack, and I view board outline, silkscreen. I think it's the document layer. Where's my document? Silkscreen names, values, solder masks, stencil, no. Stencil, finish. Oh, here we go. Document. Nope, that wasn't it. Oh, document top. There we go. The document layers will tell you what where the outlines are, and they're not a. It's not a layer that you export to the board house. It's just a layer that tells you where stuff is. Where did the outline of that go? Not names. My bottom values? No. Test? No. There is an outline of this thing. We just got to find what layer it's on. It ain't milling. Measures? No. Document we have. Patch? V-score? No. V-score is where you tell it if you have multiple boards that you want to break apart. Notes? No. What layer is that on? I may have to look at the part to figure it out. It's not contour. Get out of here. Route out? No. Housing? Nope. What am I missing? It's probably one of the basic ones, isn't it? Unrouted is all your air wires. You can turn that on and off. Oh, silkscreen top. There. Okay, so virtually that's where the edge is, and so I don't want anything to collide with the edge. This is on the bottom layer. Red is the top layer. Blue is the bottom layer. You can change those colors if you want. I'm used to looking at it that way. So actually, this has a lot of room because that ground pin is just a floating thing. So maybe I'll just want to go all the way up here where it's going to be in the clear. And then I can get to this if I ever need to like change it out. Because those values on the potentiometers could potentially change in order to accommodate different parts values. Parts are all statistical probabilities. So there's a lot of that in electronics. If you're going to manufacture something and you're not using super precise parts, you want to save a little bit of money, then you can have big swings in the things that the parts are doing because your voltages are swing. This is largely this is an analog design. You know, I could potentially take all this stuff into digital and then do all of that complicated mixing. It would literally just be potentially like an I2C input and output, and then I would just have some kind of a processor that would do the job of the mixer. That might be the easiest way to do it. It would be the digital way to do it. It's not how we're doing it. It's not how we're doing it. We're doing it analog on this thing because analog's cool. One thing that bugs me is this is a 10 millimeter board, but our grid is in inches. It's 0.0127 and 0.127 of a millimeter. So that makes things a little bit weird and uneven. If we just ignore it, it's fine. You know, it doesn't need to be perfect. If I had my way, I would make it perfectly symmetrical, and this would be like a work of art. But what we're doing is we're actually working on the bottom layer. So we need to look at the bottom preset bottom. And now this is not necessarily what the bottom of the circuit board is going to look like. In fact, we need to flip it. So we hit F and it flips your board. Now there's a lot of visual noise going on here with all the component markings. I may opt to just have no component markings. I may not output that layer. And it would just be, you know, like a board without R and C and all that stuff. Because I don't necessarily need all this stuff. I could look at this in the CAD program and I would know where stuff is. I don't even know where I'd fit text. This is the JLC PCB like minimum text size, and there's no way this is going to fly on the density that we're working with on this board. So in that sense, I don't think I'm going to be worrying about this layer at all. Nice and clean. So we still have a lot of air wires. There's still a lot of stuff to connect, like where this adjustment layer is going to. These are all the adjustments. This one is the preamplification stage. It's the buffering stage, basically, so that you can't blow up the expensive parts that are beyond. That goes into these analog circuits. These turn voltage into current. So instead of having our waveform be in voltage form, it turns into current form, which makes it operable by the V2164, which is the next stage that this goes into. Out of this stage takes the right-left pairs and allows you to adjust them individually onto a central line that then goes down into the second V2164. But if you'll notice, there's another amplifier. For there was another amplifier that we weren't thinking of. You never ignore the other amplifier. This amplifier is actually the stage after this one. The reason that I put that there is because our potentiometer sits below here. We have the two channel pairs, and then we have the adjustment for the channel pair where the V2164 went. So this one sits under a potentiometer. We don't need a V2164 yet. This one doesn't. There's no room for it. No room for it. We have room for that there. Works out nicely. Amplify, convert, thingamajig. But then we don't have a potentiometer sitting directly below that. So that would be the natural progression. We're unfortunately going to have to leapfrog a little bit in terms of our functionality in order to fit all this stuff in. And then on top of all this, I am insistent on being a 4-layer board, and I'm using curved traces to put everything together. So one of the areas that I wanted to look at initially here while we get down to the nitty-gritty, and I'm going to bring you guys along with me as much as I can. I am going to talk to you guys with my thought process, and maybe you'll glean a little bit of what I'm thinking about as I go. Maybe you'll have some questions. Maybe you guys will have some pertinent things to say about the way I do things. Yeah, just as everybody leaves. All right. I will have fun. I will. That's my challenge. So I laid this out in a particular way, and I think maybe I didn't do it correctly because up here I have a very elegant way of, by the way, these are where we are, turning voltage back into current, and I had to push them off into the side. This would have been a really good place to put this amplifier, the amplifier that makes all of the control voltages, because that one is missing one amplifier. We don't use one of them. That makes that an ideal candidate to go in this spot here. But if I did that, I wouldn't have any place to put this amplifier. This amplifier would go here, which that would be the output all the way up here. So the way I have it, it looks like it's maybe the best way. Maybe there's a way to arrange it a little better, but it would have been nice if I could have done that, because then it would, the power plug would be right in the right spot, you know, right where we've got sort of a cut in features. But couldn't make it happen. Hold on, let me walk myself through that again. Because it's this stage has to go to this. And the closest place I could put that is maybe, yeah, it would be move this one up. This one moves up, that's okay. Blank spot here. So it would be input buffer and then directly into, no, it would be input buffer and then output buffer. And then down here, there would be the volume control. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. So I guess this is the best way to do it, as far as I can tell at this moment. I had to rearrange these two so that I could fit this trace with that extra little space from the capacitor to the... I really hope my capacitors are this size. This is where the temptation to go 0402 comes. And I'm going to resist it as best I can. Because so far, so good. What did I mess up here? Like, this is the same, this is just a unity gain amplifier. It's not unity gain. Well, it's just a regular old amplifier, right? So having the traces laid out like this, or like this. So I did that one into that one, and then that's the input. So the input would be, okay. So instead, let's try to put this in a better layout. So I'm going to use rip up trace. It's a specific tool for getting rid of traces. Rip up trace to clean these lines out, because all these traces are going to prevent me from rearranging the hardware. Learn that the hard way with voltage dividers? Wait, learn what the hard way? Sorry, Streamer's brain has moved on from whatever he said. This happens a lot, where my brain just is fully moved on, and somebody makes a comment like, yeah, that's what I said. And I'm like, I don't know what you said. I'm so sorry. I don't know anything anymore. So when I click and drag to the right, component tolerances, yeah. Click and drag to the right and left are two different things. Click and drag to the left means anything touching the box gets selected. Click and drag to the right means anything that the box envelops gets selected. I thought you said you routed this board. I did. Why would I say anything otherwise? And I did not use auto router. I refuse. So potentially that could go down like this. I would have to move this decoupling cap. Oh, I haven't finished routing this board. No, by no means. What is this one? Oh, this is a decoupler for this, because the decouplers I actually have on the other layer. Let's get the other layer represented in here. There we go. These are the components on the top layer. So this one is doing what? I think these are the decouplers for that. This one has these two. Huh, what was that one doing? Ground and V plus, ground and V minus. This one has the decouplers. This one has the decouplers on the other layer. They can sit under the potentiometer and just barely fit. This one. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Oh, that was a good one. That sent chills down my spine. This one I have routed. This is for the keyboard. The mixer I do not have routed. That's the one that we're working on right now. That's the stage we're at in the entire project. And it's going well. Everything's going pretty well. I should be able to fit everything onto this board. It's a bit of a challenge. This resistor selects the mode of this chip. I wonder if I put this resistor up here, because this is just a mode select. That seems a little cheaty, but having the mode select under the potentiometer, that's kind of sucks actually. If I need to change, that selects A or AB class amplifier from this chip. And it will be a typically unpopulated, it's an unpopulated component. So I'll leave that there as an emergency means. Now keep in mind, circuit boards are $5 for 5. So these are our initial design. We can yeet it onto a circuit board and not even worry about the little things that we need to check over and have all these mistakes in it. We can have all kinds of like stupid mistakes on this. As long as they're not completely debilitating, we can bodge wire our way around a lot of these weird things that I'm putting in. If V plus is over there, we should put this over this way. Whoa, 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 don't move it. Is there a reason why you don't do PCBA? Because I'm very talented at building circuit boards. It's one of my big skills is being able to assemble a circuit board. And I don't feel like sending them parts. I don't want to do that. If I'm interpreting PCBA properly, PCBA is PCB assembly. And everything costs money, and I don't want to spend money, so. How far away is that? It's like 2 notches away. This thing can't get any closer because we need room for these traces. This could probably look a little better, but I'm sort of okay with it. That may be a violation of design rules. And I may need to move the component down. We can actually move it down a tick. Whoa, no we can't. Well, maybe because of the internal stuff here. We'll see. If that violates a design rule, then I'll have to move. That one, see, is nice and rounded, but that one looks like it gets a little too close. But I do have a little bit of wiggle room here because I don't need to get into this area. So I could bump this down one. That'll look a little bit more awkward. It'll go right up against the chip. So these are the kinds of considerations that I have to make at this stage as I'm doing like very minor hardware fiddling. I like PCA personally because when it's a board you designed, assembly helps for troubleshooting and understanding the physical part of the board. Just personal preference. I guess it kind of puts your face into the design more. You can't like ignore stuff. You get to know it a little bit more personally. A lot of little emotions. My father. Okay, let's see. So let's put this one in roughly the same. Oh my God, look at all those air wires. Jeez. We'll reduce those. We'll reduce those as we go. That one we're going to have to redo, so I'll just rip up. I'm going to rip up to the via and leave the via because that's where the via is supposed to go. Of course, that's going to block more stuff on the other side of the board. I got to be careful that I don't block horizontal spaces on the other side of the board because we're going to have a lot of traces that'll carry signals from the top to the bottom. We have to leapfrog our signals. We have to go from this chip here to this chip down here and then back up to this one and then down to the output. The output is a work of art. That turned out nice. There's still a couple traces to route in here, but most of it is figured out. Unless... Now, this is sort of all I can do. What's that one being weird for? Ah, there must have been another trace in there somewhere. I mean, oh no, I can't reverse those. That's how we're getting this signal. Yeah, that's how it's got to be. There's no other way to lay this out. This is just it. And here are my differential channels for right and left coming in on these two sides. So going up to here is where we're working right now. I'm trying to get this to be more like the standard layout. And I guess I can't move this any. Don't want to squish on that. So we're going to move these down. Nope. I locked these positions so that I can't mess with them anymore. That's kind of an important thing, is that I can't mess up my design as it is right now. And so the challenge here, the big challenge, is we're desperately trying to make this fit in 2 layers. Only 2 layers. I don't want to go into dimensions. I wish there was an easier way to arrange these where I didn't need millimeters and I could just make it symmetrical and or mirrored. It would be nice if I could do that. I'd say, hey, lock this part to this part so that they're symmetrical around this line. That would be a nice tool to have. A little bit wacky, but it would help me make a little bit more of an even layout without having to spend 10,000 hours staring at. I mean, look at that. That's off. Oh, that really bugs me. I can look at the align tools. Like if I take these two, I wish I could do like a quick align that would punch it onto the grid. Supposedly some of my mechanical pencils that I'm importing from Japan are supposed to arrive at the forwarding service warehouse today. Oh my God, mechanical pencils. Don't get me into that. I love those things. The ones where you have the giant piece of lead and you have to like sharpen it by rubbing it in a circle. I used to use those all the time. I used to use those in high school. Just because they were just so much higher quality than everything else. You have to carry a separate eraser. So what I would like to do is try to align these. I guess that's in design. Rework? No. Unroute, polygon, quick route, place. That's for placing a pattern. Which, you know, that would be kind of a good thing to do. But I don't think that'll... Yeah, you can't do it in the schematic. That's weird. I don't know why it's in here then. We're not doing board shape or layers. It might be in a different place. Modify. Here we go. Arrange. Square. Start point. 2, 2. But then I don't know what the millimeter spacing is going to be. 5 by 5. That's going to blow them up or whatever. There they go. So he just places them over there. Well, at least they're aligned to one another now. Yeah. So it would be like 6 or 7 by 7. Yeah, I guess are they just called lead holders? My dad studied architecture for a little while. He was going to try to be an architect, which he went from architecture to psychiatry, and I guess that's why he drove Saabs. He'll only drive Saabs until they went under, and he had to get a. What did he get after the Saabs? What is going on with that? Wait a minute. We have a Volvo family, so we all went back to Volvos for a while. And I've got BMWs, because that's what all my friends had. And when all your friends have a certain manufacturer of car, it is much, much cheaper to maintain said car. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm just keeping these kind of swoopy looking. Just so they look good. It's literally, that's the only motivation that I have, is to make things look good. My dad loved his Saab. I will never forget working on my friend's Saturn. I've never seen a car that was more logically laid out than a Saturn. I don't know if this is okay, having this little gap right here be the size that it is. In the end, if it's going to squelch at me for it, I could move the connection point over to the edge here. Maybe that would be okay. Like there's a significant distance there. It's just here there's this little pocket. I think actually on this type of PCB that's not such a big deal, so I think that'll be okay. Aesthetically, I guess I could move it, but it's okay. I guess it's okay. We can leave it alone. This all can move down a tick. Perhaps. Is that just putting it back where it was? I think I gave it a little bit more room. Like that. Shorten that up a little bit. These are off. They're not the same. What? My eyes. This is what really bugs me with this program, is that I can't like specifically align certain things. This is going to be painful. Oof. It still looks like it didn't move. Wait a minute. They're off. They're off from one another. They're misaligned. Oh, son of a bitch. All right, I got to go into the secondary movement. So I have to alt. Those two aren't aligned either. I wish there was like a minor alignment tool. Or if I could set up like a mirror alignment, because there's a lot of repetitious circuit structure in this design. Oh, and what we can do is we can actually view the grid. So now if I can follow it, that's looking a little better. This is still off by a lot. Alt spacing, take that up to there. Take this to just about there. The fun thing about circuit boards is that all this stuff can be totally whack with its alignments. And you may or may not notice that everything is kind of a little bit wonky in terms of where things have landed. Because it's all computers and automation put this stuff together. Look at how there's just that little bit of overlap there. And then we come down here and it's different. Why is it different? Oh my God. I can't do it. I just can't. top of this one, top of this one, bottom of this one, not the bottom of this one. These are closer together than one another. This one can come down. Want to give the benefit of the doubt to my spacing. Give it more spacing is better. More space better. So this is how I do circuit boards. I get kind of like caught up in all these little tiny jobs. And eventually I run out of little tiny jobs to do. It may not be the most focused way to do things, but it keeps what you're working on fresh. And just in the same way that I structure my sentences, it ends up being this sort of rambling, run-on sentence of sort of tangential subjects that come together in the end. My favorite fun fact about Saab is that Saab, the Finnish defense contractor, has a slogan of, "It's a human right to feel safe." Oh my God. Whatever happened to access to medicine as a human right? What about that one? I'd feel very safe with that. I hate it around here. My fun fact with Saab is that their Super Duper 9.5, their super popular car, uses vacuum to show you the RPM of the motor. Why vacuum? Well, because the amount of pull on the vacuum varies with the RPM of the motor that's creating the suction into the engine. And so if you measure that, you can get an idea of RPMs. Is it the best way to do things? No. No, it's not. Is it enough to communicate to somebody who's driving the car whether they need to shift, given that you can also hear the motor? I guess so. It doesn't need to be super scientific. It means that you run a vacuum line into your cluster, and that's how you measure RPM. Huh? Why? It's just weird. That line out of Lin 1 kills me not being out of sensor. Which one is LN 1? Oh, this thing not being centered? Yeah, it's like just off with that little connector right there. Oh, it drives me nuts. Listen, the way, if you're gonna last beyond a week designing circuit boards, you got to kind of let go of some of these things. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but on the resistor, oh, you don't like it coming off like this? Well, there's not much of a choice. I mean, I can try to redo it to be a little bit more sensical, but it bugs me too. Honestly, there are probably ways that you can get this stuff to be like perfect. I don't really know them that well. How would I come up and around? And then we need a big radius there. And that can go in like that. There, I got it. How's that? I could never do this with my OCD. Yeah, sometimes you got to do this with a trace. Now, it used to be you could click on the air wire and it would fully clear the path, so you could kind of start over. Oops, I did that by accident. But I think they got rid of that feature because it was more frustrating than it was useful. I got really used to doing it, though. So I keep trying to click on the air wires to fully clear the trace. And then they also have a tool that is unroute all. Where did that go? There was a tool somewhere around here. Unroute all. What this tool does is it completely unroutes the entirety of the board. I hate that tool. I wish it didn't exist. Unroute incomplete, I don't know if I'd like, because it would blow away a lot of these ones where you forget that the last little touch of routing a trace is that green X mark. That means that you've made a connection and there's no more air wire. You can get microscopic air wires on your components. And so that unroute, whatever it is, that could potentially basically delete your whole circuit board. I hate it. I'm going to keep it because I hate it. Yeah, build a plugin to remove the menu item. I actually might just be able to remove it. Pin to toolbar. Let's forget that we ever saw that. Left in is really bugging me. Let's just do like one of these. It kind of looks like crap, but I guess I'm going to accept it as the best I could do. I don't like that it bends immediately out of the component. That's why I was doing the one where it went all the way to the shoulder of the component and just came off at the top here. Just went boop, boop, straight in. But I'll keep it like this for now. So anyway, I want to design the other one like this so that they look kind of consistent with one another. So we're doing this down here. I do have a little bit more room that I can actually bust into, so not much though. Yeah, we should take this down 1 or 2. So I want this stuff. You know, when it works out, it works great, but there's some things about this program that I wish was a little bit easier. Just like that. That's what I like to see. So that one is there. We turned the grid on so that I could get these a little bit more aligned to one another. And then out that way. That looks kind of close. 4 from the edge. 4 from the edge, but it's a little closer for than this one. Like that. Top line. Gotcha. All right. So in alignment with its buddy, which this one appears to be, save for just a little bump out that way. And then top of the line. The 0.0125 is very, very sensitive. I wish I could use arrow keys to move these. That would make alignment like this so much easier. Everywhere else on the board, it's going to be completely cursed, so maybe we don't sweat the small stuff so much. Why do these look closer than the other? What did I do? Top to top. Top to top. That space looks larger than this space. 3, 3. It's not. They definitely look close. I'm going crazy. Am I taking crazy pills? Bottom to bottom. Ace to ace. Yeah, ass to ass. This is all the same. I am going and sit. This is what I've been doing for the past 3 days, and I've been losing my mind because for some reason, and maybe it's my right eye versus my left eye being a little weird. That's always affected me. I've always had slightly different prescription in my 2 eyes, and so I always threw stuff a little bit too far to the right. I think too far to their left, and I've always had to compensate for that. It's been a weird experience. I am left eye dominant, right-handed. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who does this with placement alignments. I don't know, like your colleagues in this field are always fucking computers. They're always computers, and they're like, I got it exactly right the first time. Why did you struggle? Like, I just feel like throttling somebody that gives me that kind of attitude. And I get it a lot from coworkers doing this kind of stuff. But for me, it's like, I feel like I'm made out of like beef. I'm like a meat human compared to these guys. Like, why would you do that, human being? Why would you not have the alignment in your head? It's a simple matter of numbers. Yeah, I don't know. It messes me up. Okay, this actually, which one needs to be reversed? This one needs to be reversed. Boop, boop. And then supposedly, if this is symmetrical, this is an asymmetrical resistor. This drives me fucking nuts. This drives me crazy. It is an asymmetrical part. Why is it asymmetrical? What gives you the right? The trace might be causing the... I'm counting blocks. I'm looking at the grid blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4-ish. This is... Why is that there? Oh, because it's 0.127 and we're dealing with a 10 millimeter board. So that's part of the misalignment, I think. And see, this is a solid 4 because this one starts at 0. So part of this is that my grid is English, but in SO parts have English pin spacing that's 0.127 pin pitch. As you can see, pins are aligned to the grid. Yeah, it's the grid being in inches is messing with me. That's what it is. And this is a mostly millimeter design. If I did the, you know, I probably should have started with a millimeter grid and even them out to round millimeter numbers. We can live with it though. We can live with it. Let's turn the grid off and never talk about this again. See, we're happy now that we're ignorant and happy. We know nothing of the trials and tribulations of alignment that previously drowned the stream. It's such a nice day. Let's go for a walk. Doot, doot. Just like so. These are messing with me, these vertical lines. I could probably hide them if I really... I probably should hide the long transmission lines. Can I hide the air wires from the schematic? No. I could group them and then I could maybe hide the group, but what I'll do is I'll find these and put a little arrow on them. The transmission from far away signals, I can just take that, properties, and then I can air wires hidden. And then that'll hide that long wire. Gotta remember that you've hidden air wires though. But that'll make it a little easier for us to do the local layout first. See, that one doesn't have a trace on it, so I'll put a trace on it, which will likely be just a trace to a via. And then hide the air wire. Bonk. Because the next stage, once I finish all of the very local pin layouts, that's where I can do air wires, meaning lines that are not connected. Yeah, that's what these white lines that do sort of an as the crow flies connection, those are air wires. So let's take our channel ins and outs, because all the other ones are going to be long connections, aren't they? Yeah, they're all long connections. Those are going to be tough. I think I'm going to need to do vias directly next to them. We'll take them stage by stage. God, things being slightly out of alignment is always going to bug me. If I had the same sketch tools that Fusion 360 has for three-dimensional drawings, I could probably do a much better job of getting everything into alignment. Because like, oh, I need a box of the resistors. Let me do a dimension box that's just a one of the imaginary lines, the dotted lines, and then put each of the crosshairs on the corners. And I could distance that from the edge using another, hidden line that would only be like, put those on a layer, give them snaps for the grabbing selection of components. That would be amazingly powerful. And then if I need to, I can go in there and I can change the dimension with a number. I would love that. That would be amazing. I mean, things being so free and clear the way they are right now, this feels very free and you're kind of sketching things and moving things about willy-nilly. But when you get to a design like this, where space is at such a premium, you want things to be like right on the dot. I want to make sure that those two are aligned with one another. But then they're going to be off by some microscopic factor. All of the creation of this thing is automated, so it's not like it's going to throw off a machinist. The machine is just going to do whatever with the numbers that it's given, right? But it still bugs me. I don't know. Maybe other CAD programs don't have these weirdnesses, but this is most likely a little bit of a holdover from the way Eagle works, because Eagle never had sketch lines. I would love to have a sketch layer, and I really wish, the mechanical design folks and the electronics design folks could talk to one another and go, here is this amazing tool that people know how to use because they're already using our piece of software. Let's incorporate that into the other, like into the PCB design. I have a layer and that's a sketch. That would be so powerful. They've started on that a little bit. There's a little bit of a sort of a little flavor of that goes into parts design. When you're designing parts, the pads that are actually making up the part, if you move stuff around, you'll see the little symbols that symbols and dotted lines that are used in the sketches. I would love for a more straightforward application of sketching in 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional board design, even in the schematics. If you had a layer where you could use those tools almost exactly in the way that you would use them in a design that you extrude. There's not much difference between this and a drawing in Fusion. There shouldn't be, but there is. This is handled just a little bit differently because it's Eagle. I'm an ideas guy. They should bring me on as an employee, as a contractor, so I could charge 3 times as much. And I'll have all these ideas for them. Because that's the hard part, right? Is coming up with an idea. Coming up with an idea is the hard part, you know? Actually implementing that idea, it's always super, you just put a bunch of guys on it, you know? Just get a lot of people to do it. You can't replace an ideas guy, you know? It does seem like they're actually implementing that stuff, so it would be really cool to see. Yeah, those are different distances. They're different distances. They're different. Why are they different? Maybe, these are like, those are the same. He's in the same spot? No, they're not. This one goes here. One more. God, it bugs me. It really bothers me. To have good ideas, first you must have a lot of ideas. Yeah, that's true. No, I've just been inundated with a lot of people going, well, what if we did this? You know, you're an engineer, you could do. I'm like, I'm not spending $10,000 on your idea to have a ramp come off of the back of a stroller for your dog to go up and down. Like, that is not what I trained for. I love helping people with my ideas, but how hard is it to have a tool that enforces symmetry, especially for something where the symmetry actually has implications in the design? There is Mirror, but I think Mirror is one of the subset of tools that creates stuff which they absolutely hate in, like if I mirror this, it didn't even let me use the tool. Yeah, Mirror is one of those tools that like the CAD program hates. Oh, Mirror just moves it to the other. Control Z that. That was really bad. You know, I mean, in Fusion 360, if I start a new design and I go to a sketch, like that, look at how fluid and easy that was to get me into the sketch tools. Now I have this world-class, relatively simple sketch tool with positive and negative coordinates, just like Eagle, except now what I can do is I can put a bounding box down. My color scheme is not great for sketches here. It's kind of hard to see stuff a little bit. But then I can do something like have a hole at an inner radius, and I can drop down a construction line that's 20 by 20 millimeters, and that's locked in at 20 by 20 millimeters. If I could put an electronics part there, I could then change this to be 19 millimeters, and it would pull it in just a little bit. Or I could throw down a pattern of locations, throw my parts onto that pattern. If I want to move it or change the dimensions, I can go in and I can edit that, and that will influence the part locations on my 2-dimensional drawing. That would be so fucking cool. That would be so awesome to be able to do that with a 2-dimensional PCB design. I'm beside myself thinking about the possibilities if that were the case. Because I could have started this design with 2 vertical lines and then had spacings for all the stuff that I was going to put down. And you're supposed to internalize that and do that on just a standard grid with this. I have circuit board on me. There we go. What is that? Piece of the FR4 covered paper. But yeah, it's like so brutally simple. Now, again, I've seen implications like these symbols, the horizontal and vertical markers where you can bound things. Those show up when you're aligning stuff in the parts creation windows. It shows up. So please trickle that down. Put that into PCB authoring. Those sketch tools are so powerful. And they're simple. They're just simple tools. I'm sure there's a drawing program that does that already. Turning that into an air wire. Properties, air wire hidden. What we'll do is we'll go through piece by piece and view the air wires and hook them up. That way we will have a little bit more control over the visual mess that's going on right now. This is the next thing that needs like minor amounts of layout, but I'm going to hide the air wires for it first. Oh, that was a very acidic burp that I just made. Oh, ho, oh, ho, 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 that was painful. Where else? Wait, why is ground visible? Oh no, that's going to that one. Where are we going? Lots of visual mess. Lots of visual mess. Wires hidden. The other part is that you can lose track of what you've hidden. So it's a tricky situation that we're in here. That's uneven. Whatever, not worried about it. Why does it insist on, oh, I see, it's doing the loop thing again. I don't know, I never unset that setting. I guess it just unset itself. I'm putting those vias in as a reminder to do those air wires, to plumb that into the other parts of the circuit. I like my burps alkaline. You're like a lake bed. I could put a via on that. Actually, I could put a via anywhere on that. There's plenty of space for a via. But maybe I'll put it right here, and that'll get rid of this bend. If we go... Wait, why is there no air wire there? What the? Why is it not giving me an air wire? I didn't turn that off. Strange. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Hold on. No, I did not like that at all. I did not like that at all. Oh, and then it won't trace with it unless I just put the via there. Why does it not like this? Wait, what? It's like resisting it. It won't let me put a via there. Weird. Oh, is there something on the other layer of the board nearby? Or it might be too near to this. Yeah, exactly. As cool as this is, the part about the way Fusion does things that infuriates me, is not that obvious whether you're creating a sketch that's a standalone independent object or whether you're inadvertently tying the parameters of the sketch you're creating to another sketch. That is a tough one. Yeah, I see what you... Well, yeah, that could have been a DRC rule that blocked it. I put in the JLC PCB rules, which is why we're able to go so dense. JLC's got a pretty high density to their design rules. There, we'll just do it like that. Then I guess that one might be one that we already hid the air wire on. Or it could already be plumbed in. That is a weird path for this thing to take. What's this one? This one is... Okay, that's these guys. Air wire hidden. Actually, I might want to keep those. that is going all the way up to here. Yeah, we'll put that air wire back in. I'm going to see if we can, we got to do some of this routing now. So this one is all controlled by, I accidentally didn't have my trace tool out. This one is all being controlled by the same volume knob. That didn't connect. Hold on, I'm going to do this better. I can do better than this. The only problem is this is all getting connected to the same thing, but that's going to be a horizontal line across my board. So I'm going to have any trace that goes beyond this is going to have to be on the other layer. So anyway, let's just get this thing down. So I have it down. Make sure that this thing is, oh, it's not centered. I must have grabbed it and moved it because it's at 5.127. So I'll just move it back to 5. Jeez. I probably should lock it down. I guess I like to live dangerously. And these are going to be connected to each other too. So we've got two lines that need to sort of follow each other. Here's a cool thing that I wasn't able to show you guys before, is that if you have two lines that are going to the same destination or similar destinations, you can route a group. So what I can do is I can go to route multiple, go across them with this line, left click, then right click, and now I can route these as a pair, and it does this nice little angle-y thing on it. This is something that I did for the keyboard circuit. And I can get out of that tool, highlight this, and move it back to where it aligns with the volume pad. That's actually going to be like this. Like that. That was very useful when I was laying out like 15 different lines to the thing. I know this is uneven, but I'm not going to try to correct it. Actually, I was working on a design and enclosure, a single board computer I'm trying to make. Inserts where legends could go. I kept running into problems where the sketch for one symbol and another symbol somehow became linked together and could only be manipulated in tandem. It was completely opaque as to how to break the link. Yeah, it's tough because you can get into tools that will help you break links like that. You need to go into, like, you need to click on the symbol, and the symbol will open up a little thing, and then sometimes that'll open a window, and the window lets you handle the errors individually. But it's hard to know where those tools are because, you know, they don't exactly, it's not intuitive with the software sometimes. I've had times where I've had to reconcile links. There's a whole like subset of tools that help you do that. I had circular dependencies in Eagle when I first got Fusion Eagle and I tried to lay parts out properly. Keeper of Maps. Thank you for subbing. Let me get the details on that. What are the deets on Keeper of Maps? Keeper of Maps subbed for 58 months at tier 1. Geez, I'm still subbed? Yeah, you are. You're subbed to me forever. Give me your money forever. No, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, with what happened with the parts is that I edited a 3D model which depended on the part, and it just was. I had to delete the whole thing and start over. It was bad. It seems like Fusion is a little better about that stuff nowadays, but there used to be able to be circular dependencies, and that would just completely tank a part. Now the question is, can I just like mirror these? Can I do this and then I can go into, oh no, mirror will just put it on the other level. That's right, I can't just mirror that design on the other side. Let's pull that in a little bit too, because I think, oh, I see, this is our right and left output. Our right and left output we can just take to the middle and get that down to where it needs to go. We'll get that up to where it needs to go. Well, or I could go for the hat trick and make it look cool like its buddies. Oh, look at that. That looks cool. Sorta. They look a little different, don't they? Look like one is slightly... Why do you do this to me? So the real way to do the real way to do this is actually to come out from the pad over here. That puts it in that pad's alignment. Do the curve I want, which will be this guy. A little bit more. Come out to this pad over here. Come out like this. And now they have symmetry. Of course, or you could just do the thing that they do where they just go. I could just do that. I've seen that before. Worse is when you go to create a sketch on something. We've already done an extrude. Oh. Let's see, the exact order in which things were created. You can't go back and modify something later without introducing a whole butt ton of dependency errors. Yeah, and you can walk through those errors to correct them in your timeline. It's annoying, but it's something that I've had to deal with a lot because I do that. I'll extrude something and then I'll want something on that face. And like what if I put text on that face? But if you measure stuff, if you give like sketch lines properly, you can mitigate a lot of that error. Would a straight join be better than a short one with corners? There's going to be virtually no difference between the two, unless we're getting up to RF frequencies, and we're certainly not. This is just audio. It's not that big of a deal. The straight join, obviously, probably better. You're not introducing little RF areas where the magnetism, radio frequency, Maxwell equation, whatever. But at the speeds that we're working, no, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. This just looks good. I do this for the design. Of course, it also blocks any signals that want to go on the bottom layer all the way through here. So this is going to be a totally unique set of challenges coming up when we start connecting broad areas to broad areas. What I'm doing right now is I'm reducing all of these signal lines. I've hidden a lot of them, but I am taking them and I am just connecting them for the easy ones to connect for right now. That align just like that. Oh, nope. We got to start from the pad because this thing is on the part itself is placed on a millimeter dimension, but the traces are on an inch dimension. Just because I hate myself and I made it weird. Oh, but we can't go from there. We got to go from here. The inch versus millimeter dimensions can be dealt with by coming out from your pads off grid and then going on grid with your first bend. It can make some weird bends, but that's the best way to do it. And in my case, I really should have designed this in millimeter only, because even though we have these 2-inch parts, it's only these two parts. Alas, hindsight, foresight, and all that. You can also, okay, so the way to alter these bends is by just clicking on the whole bend and moving diagonally. And so that will rebend it based on your grid. Moving it any other way is completely cursed and should not be attempted. Because sometimes when you move it, it inverts the bend. Like, see, I try to move this horizontally. It's just nasty. So yeah, any other thing is just completely out of the question. So odd seeing chip pin to chip pin like that. Oh yeah, my sort of Wi-Fi signal that's coming off of this. It's a weird thing. The reason that we're doing it like that is because we have a volume control, and the volume control only needs right and left amplifiers. But the data sheet for this part said you could double them up, and you have better something or other. Something's better about doubling them up. I don't know why. So that's what I did, because I'm just ordering the V2164. I don't want to get the even rarer the 2-gate version of this chip. Although let's review. If I did get the 2 version of that chip, it might have fit in here. I think it was SO8, so it would be that big. half size right here. That would mean what? Well, it would mean our audio path is a little less leapfroggy. Move this down, this up. Hold on, let me put in an SO8 in the schematic and so we can get an idea of what size that's like. So what I'll do is I'll just go to display, no, not display layers, place components. And we'll go to chips managed, version 208. And I'm just going to do anything. Let's do a TL072. Actually, 39, no, that's not. 711, it's too big. We'll just find any old chip. Tiny 85 is a wide SO8, so we're not going to do that. Okay, TL072, we'll just put that one down. TL072 in the surface mount. Oh, that was wide surface mount. We want regular surface mount. SO8. I'll just put that. What? Okay. What was that all about? Okay, so TL072, we just put one of the parts down just as a size measuring guide. And now this thing is sitting all the way out here. Change the layer by center clicking. Oh, this thing has wide pads. Jeez. That won't even fit in this design. I'd have to make a narrow pad version of it. Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that it'd fit. How much do they cost? Is it worth buying, or should I just continue on the doubled up ones? I probably should just continue with the doubled up ones. Do I have a cabin tech? Yeah, here's cabin tech. And V2164. $2162. New. New? Really? Oh, SSOP 10? What? 5x5? SSOP 10. I don't think I have an SSOP 10. But lucky for us, an SSOP 10 would be too big. Those two extra pins might barely... Oh no, that would actually still fit. The SSOP 10 would still fit in here. Oh, that's a tough one for me to debate. I know I already have all this work done, but yeah, it makes the workflow a little bit more easy, because what we're doing right now is this is all the control amplifiers. This one is the buffer. Then after the buffer, we turn it into current. Then we have our first mixing stage, which is the two different right-left mixes. Then we go all the way down here and we do volume control. Then we do our output voltage, current to voltage, voltage to current, whatever. We turn it back into voltage, and then we output to the headphones down here. So what the V2162 would allow me to do is to have the right-left mixing, then volume, then the conversion back, which would be this one. No, this one here. So this one would move down. This would do the conversion here, although this would probably actually be down here. And then these guys. No, those are the first stage. This is the second stage. So yeah, this would move down. This would be here. Then I'd have power input on one of the tiers. So power input would just move down. I don't know, man. I don't know. The 2162 is how much? It's probably pretty expensive too. $4 a chip. These are not cheap. 2 independent channels provide voltage-controlled current mode inputs for a gain range of plus 20 to minus 100 dB. The device offers considerable flexibility for a wide range of design goals and applications. Unique mode control allows for selection of class A, class A, blah, blah, blah. So it's basically the same thing, but it's only 2 channels. That is a big debate. That is a big debate for me to have at this stage of the design. So we just have 2 channels on this thing. But it's another chip that I gotta buy. But it wastes less space. How much less? Not much less. We've got 16 pins here. It would remove this much space from the design. So that block, which is all the world at this scale, but at the same time, I already have a bunch of V2164s that I can throw at this thing for our initial design. It's a big kind of rip up to get this thing moved. So I'll probably keep it the way it is right now. Like any little bit of space that one can save makes such a huge difference in something like this. Yeah, we're sticking with the current leapfrogging design, and if we have trouble with interference coming in because of trace lengths, which we probably won't at this scale, then it'll be something to think about. And just, yeah, take a pair of pliers and just snap off the last 6 pins. Easy peasy. Boy, there's still a lot of stuff that's got to go into this design. There's still a lot of, like, paths that need to be made. Mode select, we're keeping on this side of the board. So I'm going to take this resistor, and I'm going to move it to the other side of the board, because it's probably going to be unpopulated, this component. And then those are under the potentiometer, but hopefully out of the way. If we look at the render, since our parts are very close to what is actually there, it's very close to what is actually what the physical part and the 3D part, they only differ in very minor ways. So we can look at our 3D rendering and we can get a sense of whether or not these are going to collide with one another. Are they going to collide? Oh yeah, I should tell it not to render in the silk screen. We'll have to do our own stuff on the silk screen. There will be a limited number of markings there. Possibly just a very, very, very strict indicator of where the stripe goes on the plug, since we have no safety on a square pin header. It's just sitting out there waiting for you to plug it in wrong. Which is why it's vital that we have these diodes. Where are we? Vital that we have these diodes. These diodes are a absolutely necessary safety precaution. If I were to actually sell this, because Julian's all about selling this, this would be a fairly expensive mixer for what it is. I had a couple $100s for this thing, and it would be an absolute nightmare to assemble. Although it can be done, I can do it just fine, and maybe I could use PCBA in order to put it together. Probably have to get precision parts to keep the analog stuff from drifting off. And then there's no, like, secondary adjustment of the left channel. I haven't put that into this version yet. So I am cheating for those capacitors, and I'm putting them under the knob. So they have to actually avoid the little pylons that hold the knob up. But there is space, and I've got to watch out for that clip, which isn't represented in our 3D model. However, we did measure this against the height of a typical capacitor, and the metal parts are way taller. So it's possible that this does just fine. I will, of course, have to unbend these and then bend them even tighter to the part in order to get it to fit, or bend them backwards and in. Just so long as those pins don't collide with any of these, so they don't get in the way of one another. I don't think they will. I think they'll be okay. Probably could have moved that in a little bit, but I wanted it to avoid the plastic. Oh yeah, and then these have to be cut flush. the square pin headers need to be cut flush in order for it to fit. Or I can put a piece of Kapton tape down, cut them flush. Well, no, I can't do that. That won't work. I was gonna say, put a piece of Kapton tape down to keep the solder from getting, no, then you can't solder it. Go to $500 each with limited run marketing, yeah. Limited edition, only $200. I couldn't reasonably price this above $200, I don't think. Although each chip is like $6 in this fucking thing, so 6, 12, 14, 8, blah, 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 blah. Then you got administrative fees on top of that. What's this one? Oh, this is me just as an example. We don't need to save that. All right, so back to our traces. Wait, how does that look from the? Oh, I see. There's gonna be a clip down here. Well, that changes things. What's this one have? Yeah, there are a couple traces that go on that. I mean, they're under a solder mask, so all things considered, this clip would just be sitting flat, and then I could linish it back maybe with like a file, so it would just be like a small nub that holds onto the side of the board. The metal clip isn't fully necessary. It just keeps it from like twisting when you get to the end of the travel of the potentiometer. So I guess I'll keep this, but then we'll see how it is. That's the mantra for this whole thing. We'll see how it is. I can bust that in a little bit, but I'd like to keep things kind of big and large and in charge. And if I go fully internally on this thing, then I have nowhere to route traces for the other connections. I wonder if that 10-pin, what's the height on that? If it could fit like at 90 degrees? There are weird noises from upstairs. Woo, 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 woo. Unfortunately, I was messing with audio stuff ahead of stream, and my gating sounded a little weird. I messed with it a little too much. I think it's back to where it needs to be, but... Oh, that's the old one. Okay, there we go. I've identified the old YouTube comments. All right. What's the height of that chip? Seriously? Well, this is what we get for eclectic chips. We don't get a full... It looks like PDF has Adobe Acrobat has a timeline because it got the windows staggered. So this 10 lead SSOP. I don't think it's the super... Is it SSOP? Oh, that means that it would have to go... Okay, so there's my decision made. Except when they showed the picture in Cabin Tech... I'm going to close some of these. They showed the picture in Cabin Tech. Does that look wide to you? None of these seem to agree with each other. That looks a little bit more like what we saw. Oh my God. Datasheet. Cute. Cute little thing. Low power SMPS for home appliances. This is just the same form factor that we're looking for. So we go all the way down to the mechanical stuff. There we go. So that's 6 millimeters. So that's like half of our board. Six by what? Oh, it's going to have a table. Big E. Big E is 5.8. So I can't really measure from... Well, I can measure here using the tools. there to there. 6.2. Okay, so it's the same width as this thing. So that still leaves me with questions about whether or not I want to go with that. The 10 lead chip would mean that the progression of things happening wouldn't be leapfrogging because of the space restraints. I guess we'll leave it the way it is right now because it's the fastest way to do it. I already have all the parts for this. What I'll do is I'll give the signals that need to go a long distance a via, and then a flip to the other side, and it'll hide the bottom layer so that it's no longer distracting me. Because I'll tend to lay out lines that are easy to see. And when you have that other layer kind of poking in on you, you just mentally, you kind of avoid areas. So when you hide that layer fully, and if I just have air wires connecting the vias to one another on one layer, I can then cleverly lay that out unrestricted, unburdened by my mental filth. So I'm going to finish the local routings. Those are going to be embiggenated. I'm going to have to enlargenate these. That noise again. Weird noise. Aliens are coming after me. All those New Jersey aliens have finally gotten enough money for the toll. I think it's some kind of a cleaning tool that I don't know about. Or maybe somebody's using the immersion blender. Let's go out here with this one. That was probably better going out. Why did it zoom out? Supposedly we're on the other layer, but it didn't change layers for me. And I guess I'll wait to do that one. I'll do that to the other one too. Oh, I guess I'm not moving in that direction because of that thing. So this one has to, well, it could go like this, but then it'll get in the way over there. So, and I can't move that anywhere else. So I'll go like this. It should be minimally damaging to the, well, I don't even need the curve there. It's either the immersion blender or the salad spinner. I can't tell what noise I'm hearing. I can't imagine what tool that is. It's something going down in the kitchen. All these connections are happening on the other side of the board. I mean, I could potentially try to make some of them on this side, but the thing about these vias is they're also good test points. They're good test points for me to drop in on what's going on. Negative voltage, ground. Now, another hope is that there's enough ground plane left in this for me to build up a pretty decent ground plane. We're not doing 4 layers. I can do this in 2. We've already managed to get most of this laid out in 2 layers. This is going quite well indeed. So well that I am suspicious. However, this is going so well that I believe that with ease I can do 2 layers. My only concern is that I don't have coverage for the ground layer. That coverage is going to be important because this is an audio circuit and it exists inside of Eurorack, and I doubt the Europeans are very clean. As an American, the Europeans are kind of filthy. And so inside of their rack, I don't expect there to be that clean of signals, especially given that it could be co-inhabiting with a bunch of handmade modules. So I would like to have a robust ground plane in order to discourage the kind of hedonistic bullshit that they get up to over there. Of course, having a whole ass resistor sitting in the middle of this chip means that that entire vertical lane is now taken up, which is going to be a problem in and of itself as well. Why are you still... Okay, let's hide your air wire. We'll take it piece by piece. So hide those air wires. And then I guess I need vias on all these too. So I'm going to go in with the trace tool, click there, click on a via, place it there, hit escape. Same with volume. And then this is the output, so it's not going to like that. And it's not going to like that either. Not good. I mean, obviously I could, well, no, I can't. I can't really do anything. So I think I'm forced to move this inward. Well, actually, another thing that I can do, and this is going to recap. Actually, no, it won't, because we're only on the bottom layer. So if I just go over, that's a different one. Well, I could just go over here and put the via internal. Let's get that better aligned. I just have to avoid these two caps. That. Yeah, it really is. It's very messy doing a circuit board like this. It's a very messy process, it seems. And these are off from one another. One's actually out here. That'll be good. Of course, the V minus and V plus of these need to be run. Probably, yeah, oh, this needs to go. Well, how do I do an internal via? Because this comes up with all kinds of stuff that's not supposed to happen. Or maybe that's okay. And then V minus is going to go all the way down here. Oops, I just alt-tabbed because I hit alt. I could put that out towards the edge. Well, for now, we'll just put it right there. Whoopsie daisy. Put a little nonsense inside of that. Look at how it does that. Oh God, it bugs me. It's really annoying. Ground will come from the ground plane, so that'll get different connections. So yeah, that's going to have to go here in some kind of a rambling fashion. That'll be tough, but I guess I can run it up and down if I need to. It doesn't. It's malleable. I can also move these down from center so that these two controls have room to get in. I can manipulate them around. Keep them from interfering. And then negative is down like that. Positive is up top. Up here. That'll be tough for getting the decoupling capacitors in. I can't exactly move it all the way over there because it'll get in the way of those pylons. It needs to be very close to the center of the potentiometer. I don't have a ton of space. I could move one of them up here and in the center. Maybe that's better if I do. Oh, wrong one. Do it like that, and then this one can go. I mean, it's anywhere as long as it's in the center area, then it'll be on the path, so it'll decouple, but it'll also avoid those big pylon-y things. Let's take a look at what that looks like in the 3D render. Let's see if it actually, those pylons are in the right place. They're just a slightly different shape on our 3D part. Should probably manipulate the silk screen for the part so that we can see those 4 locations and avoid them. I'm doing my best to cheat. I'm being cheaty about this. One thing I don't have is a ton of capacitors on the input, and I think that might cause problems with driving headphones. That may mean that we don't have that punch that we need in order to drive a headphone load. Getting that capacitance in there is probably going to be a matter of doubling and tripling up. So this 3D part shows another pylon that is contacting the capacitor, but the actual part that I have does not feature that thing. If I move the capacitor outwards from center, it should be fully bridged over by this part. Hey, what's up, Copper? How you doing? We're doing PCB design, so I'm pretty far in my head right now. In my own head. So even if I use like a pretty big capacitor, this should very capably just kind of bridge over it. And so I'm able to eke just a little bit of real estate out of this design by using these Alps pots. If I want to use anything other than the Alps pots, I'm going to be in a situation because I'll need a fully realized 3D render in order to make sure that my components aren't colliding with one another. But it also, what putting the capacitor where I'm putting it, it avoids those metal clips. So I should probably move that all the way to the edges, both extremes. And they'll be right under where they're supposed to go for the chip below it. Oh, I can't. I see, that one's blocking. Let's get that out of there then. Oh my God, I wish it would quit telling me that they're out of sync. Sheesh. What do you think I'm supposed to be doing in this program? It's entirely designed for me to desync the two things. I need to see the top silk screen. Okay, I need to look at the whole layer stack. Give me the whole layer stack. Really? Duh, it's too many layers. Preset standard. Preset standard puts all the display names in though. All right, so there's the silk screen layers, and I can see where the edge of my potentiometer is. So I can just move this down to here, and I can move this one. Where is that? Oh, it's way over there. I could put it all the way down here, but I'm just going to sort of put it near negative. Well, let's get rid of this. Hold on. There's too many layers at once. It confuses. One gets confused. I don't know where I am. Are you my son? I'm so confused. So I can actually run this into here and just do one of these. As long as I have the green X. I don't have a green X. Why do I not have the green X? Green X, clean X. And V negative goes there. Escape that tool. Jeez. Control. Let's hold on. Let's select area. Ugh. There's so many layers visible right now. Just try to center that as best I can. Got a dog curled up nearby. Oh, Willow's been loving snow. She loves that snow. Holy crap. I've never seen a dog so in love with weather conditions. Like that into my minus. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, that says for a different thing. Okay, I see. I could go over there from over here, but I'm not sure if I need to do more ducking and diving of signals. I guess we'll take this to the bottom layer, and I can go down like that, center click, bring it in just like that. I'm doing pads under the things just because it'll save me space. I don't have to bust it out and then have a via, and that way I can get in close to these components when I'm vertically running my signals up and down. Okay, let's go preset bottom again. For this design, I think the best one's preset bottom, but with the top pads visible. All right, local routing. Anything else? This stuff could probably use a little bit of love because I've got a couple signals that come down from all of these resistors. We'll go up and down from all that stuff. 2 traces are going to have to carry it to there and there, and then some of the wires are hidden right now. Maybe that element I keep the same. Where else? Well, we have long signals, and I'm going to save those for the other layer. Why did it X? It gave me Control Z that. Let's delete this. And I'll do route this, click, place that via. Now this is getting highlighted in what? It's getting highlighted in blue, which says like, hey, you can't do this. I don't know which design rule that's necessarily violating because it shouldn't be violating a design rule. It's actually totally fine to do that on the FR4 PCB. I mean, just for the sake of CAD not yelling at me, I might have to go in and move the vias that I put inside out. That's yellow, but I think that's an error. I think it doesn't like that. Yeah, I think that is an error. It does not like that at all. I could just scooch these over to the side. Then it won't be a design rule error. Man, that's really annoying. Top layer, go over like this. Oops, that's not connected. You need that big green X. That's what indicates that you're connected. So like that, and this one like that. So now we don't have design errors, and I could jiggle these around in order to get them to fit properly later. In the 3D render, this is probably coming into contact with one of the pylons of the potentiometer that doesn't exist in real life. Let's just take a look and see what happened. There's a lot of little things to rearrange on this, and that's what it's going to be until we run out of jobs to do, until we run out of little things to sort of retool. But it looks very much like I'm going to be able to do this in 2 layers. Internet took a massive dump sub 160p video. Good Lord. I hate it when it does that. For a little while, my YouTube was defaulting me to 720 on everything. It's like you click anything and it was 720. I think it was a result of like ad blocker that eventually got, you know, whatever the escalation war that they're having is, it probably got corrected. I mean, those are pretty well out of the way. The pylons exist on the actual part, but they're still shaped a little bit differently, and there's not that center one. You can count the pixels. Why does he look so jagged? What have you done to him? Oops, sorry. I could also just put this down like, oh no, I can't because of those 2 vias, right? Cannot do that. We require more Vespine gas. Okay, so here's what. Yeah, so I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to violate. I'm not going to violate the design rule. I'll keep it within kosher design rules. But we also happen to have 2 V pluses right in the right same area. So if I put this one up at the edge of the potentiometer and centered, so let's make sure that it's centered. We'll make sure that it's 5 millimeters. 5. What I can do is run a trace to everybody. I guess I'll move this. Oh, there's still insidious hidden little wire inside of that thing. And move this down, and then I can just do here to here, and also go to there. Now that is a horizontal line that is blocking my horizontal traces. That's a no-no. but we've also got one that goes in here on this connection too. So it's not blocking as much, but it could be blocking less. V minus would have to go all the way over to this. Pull that one. Oh God, what is it doing? It's cursed. Get out of here, foul creature. The remaining steps is doing all the interconnects of everybody, because there's some long interconnects that I have to do. So what I'll do is I'll rotate the board, only view the top layers, bring the air wires back in, and that'll show me where all the connections are supposed to be, and then I can route that on its own as its own two-dimensional thing. The steps after that are obviously checking everything over, but then putting in a polygon pour that represents ground. Once I do that, I can take a look at areas of the board where I can staple ground to ground using vias, and then I can imbigonate all the power lines where I see fit. The power wires should probably be a little bit thicker than all your others. They don't necessarily need to be. None of this stuff is really sucking down all that much current, except maybe for this guy down here, which gets pretty hot during operation. So down here, I would want to make sure that my V plus and my V plus and my V negative and my V negative all have pretty big power traces running to them. And let's actually do that. Let's put this in right now. So V negative, we're going to come over here, and I'm going to have, ooh, this is going to be a stressed via. Our via is going to be just about there. Oh, it needs to be centered. Oh, it's disgusting. So let's get this thing in and centered, which is hard to do because we have English sizes for everything. Let's go like here. Oh, why did it? Ugh. No, that's a hole. That's not a via. There we go. And then escape. And then we route this one on the bottom. Yeah, so I guess what I'm doing right now is I'm just going to take all of these to their, oh, see, that just inverts. See, it didn't have the straight line section on it. Oh, God, cursed. There. Okay, so that's negative. Our positives, we're just going to have to go over here like this. I hate doing that. I don't like running traces directly off like that, but that's just how it's got to be. There. Oh, man. So I'm bringing power to the other side of the board. I'm bringing signals to the other side of the board because that's where we're going to route all that stuff. I really like the way the software makes nice and smooth curves. I don't know if that's something normal for this kind of circuit design software or not. It all depends on the CAD program you're using. I wish there were more sketch tools like what Fusion 360 does for solids available for me for this design, because we've got a lot of symmetry here. And if I had measured points where I could drop things down, it would alleviate a lot of the grid issues that I've had. But Fusion 360 with the curved line stuff, if you get good at it, you can do a lot of really interesting looking lines. Why is that an error? Oh, it's like some other signal name is in there. What the heck? What's that all about? There, it's just an internal. I see you in there. There's like some thin wire inside of this thing. That would have really wreaked havoc with design rules. I guess I was doing a lot of gate and pin swapping, where you You say, oh, well, this one should be here, this one should be here, and that sometimes they carry with them internal pins. So, oh, these need outputs. That's too close. Ah! Now it won't let me move that. All right, so we got to redesign that. What the? Unroute it. What are you doing? There we go. Jeez. It's going to ruin the look. I had a cool look going. Short and direct as possible. That's not, no. I don't know. That's like, I mean, yeah, that's like the physics rule, but like, it doesn't, I don't know. We're dealing with, what I'm trying to say is we're dealing with audio, and you don't have to be that much of a stickler for the details. Audio is going to audio. That didn't work. That's not the trace that I wanted. Maybe we use these guys. The cool 45-degree angle ones. That actually does it a lot better than I thought. I didn't think that would work out so well. Why is it different on this side? Oh God, it's because my grid. It's because the grid is in inches, and the board and everything else is in metric. I should not have done that. My bad internet saved me from ads on Twitch. Hey, that's pretty good. So if you drop down to 160p, will it not give you ads? That could be a great way to get around it. Autodesk fuming every time you call it Fusion 360. I can't help it. I am the way that I am. I know it's supposed to be Fusion Eagle, or is it just Fusion? I think it's just called Fusion. I'll call it the right thing when they put in the tools that I want them to. When I get sketch tools for my PCB, I'll be over the moon, and I'll definitely call it the right thing. How about that? They really, I mean, like I should probably follow the brand guide, and I don't mean to call it the wrong thing. I really don't mean to do that. It's not about updating the, well, yes, I can, but then everything's going to be off grid. So there are some parts that are metric and some that are an inch. And it's these chips that are in, the two parts, the two chips and the header, I believe, are in inch standard. I mean, then again, so are the resistors. I've never heard anybody else call it Eagle, but that's what it is. I mean, all the DNA of Eagle is still in this program. It's slowly getting absorbed into sort of the Fusion 360 methodology. Like, things are starting to feel more like Fusion, not Fusion 360, sorry. Well, no, isn't it supposed to be 360? It's full circle design. But I think it's Fusion, Eagle, and Fusion, and maybe you just call it Fusion now. I'll have to look that up. I need to get that right, because that's part of being a professional. But that I've totally missed the boat on. But yeah, so it still feels a lot like Eagle. There's still those weird Eagle things that are happening as I proceed through this design. Oh. Okay, grid. Okay, grid. 3 from the top. 4 from the top. 3 from the pad. 1 from the pad. 4, 4. Okay, there we go. These would be easily solved if I had sketch lines and the ability to mirror. Why taller than other one? Why one taller than other? Three and some change. Yeah, 3 and some change. Oh, they're the same. Okay. My brain. Well, that's another one of the things is that they brought me into their creatives program and said, wow, we got a guy who does electronics. He does streaming and he does electronics. And I'm like, hey, thanks. What did I say? How did I phrase it? It was something about being like the electronics guru, like something about, I forget, damn it. The response was, you're the only electronics creator that we have. That was the point of that. And I was saying, so you're saying I'm the best. But I don't remember what I said ahead of that because my brain is just so, I'm so in PCB mode right now that all other knowledge is like blocked off from me. My mind palace is just a desk. But yeah, apparently I am the only fusion creator at the moment. Electronics creator. Maybe that'll change. Maybe it's already changed. My big problem is that their office hours are on Thursday, and I don't stream on Thursday. Or sorry, I stream on Thursday, so I can't get to their office hours. Oh boy, there's a lot to do still. I just want to make sure that they're all represented as vias. And then those will give me sort of a jumping off platform to route all the other signals of this thing. There may be some areas where I could actually take a via and output that. There may be areas where I can go via to via that I don't even need a via and I could just draw a trace. Or I could, sneak a via somewhere else. But right now, I just want to represent all the signals that I need to route on the other side of the board as vias. I know, I don't stream on Thursday. It says, well, just streaming on Thursday. Listen, I watched Squid Game last night, and I finished it finally while paying attention to what was going on. And that got me late into the night, and I didn't have a lot of time to sleep. My brain doesn't work. There is just miles of space over here. Miles and miles. That giant V negative pad on the underside of this thing is a challenge, actually, because, well, I mean, I can put vias in it. It's gonna trigger a design rule. Join type with this 0.2. How do I put in internal vias? That's a hole. There should be an insert via, right? Via. Signal name, V negative. Auto 0.35, solder mask. I can set solder mask to be off, but it doesn't actually, it still shows up on the solder mask layer as a highlighted area. I tried that. I tried that for the flexi PCB. Do that in order to bring V negative in there, but then for some reason there's this design rule error that I'll just have to ignore. I just copy those two vias and move them to the other ones. Of course, that's also going to block the center too. That's going to be obnoxious. Bring this down here. Where's the next one? Oh, there's one there. Okay, so one there, one here. Oh, it only copied one of them? Ah, whatever. Let's put two big vias to V negative down here, and those can maybe go to a pad of some kind, or maybe just a big trace. And those go to ground. So place via, via, and make it ground. This is the one that's definitely going to need heat to be brought out. So maybe I give this one extra because this one gets particularly toasty. Toasty. Now wait, I saw something when I... Via stitching, what is that? Huh. What is this tool? Cover entire board, ground, 116 via length. Oh, look at that. It auto adds the stitches for me. Oh, that's cute as hell. Look at that, it added little stitches all over. Cool. I'm gonna Control Z that. Look at that. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, I could use that to great effect in the future. I did not use via stitching on anything else. I usually just kind of randomly shove them onto the board at as the last step. It's fun. You just Control V a ground via all over the place. In this case, I'm going to need V negatives to also be a little bit like a little plane. I want to grab a little bit of heat away from my op amps. There's not much that those op amps create. They were fine on the breadboard. It's this amplifier that I definitely want to make sure that I'm dumping all the heat to ground, because this makes a lot of heat. Need to learn to do that in KiCad? I haven't even learned how to do it in Fusion Eagle. I don't know how to do it in this program. And I just did it. I don't know what I'm doing. Up is down, down is up. Like, I mean, what I haven't learned how to do is put these vias inside of a pad without triggering a design rule. I guess I can tell it to ignore this. And I can, if I need to for the other parts, I can do it where I just have a via directly on the component, but I don't know. We're getting there. We're getting there. I didn't keep track of all of the signals that I should probably keep track of. These are actually connected to each other, so I could run a line directly across on this layer, and then I wouldn't need one of these. Of course, without those there, it looks very awkward. That's very awkward. But it saves me a little trouble. '26 and 27 are different. Volume's the only similar one. This is the volume control. Volume control is what is going to allow me to control the independent channels at the same time without using a scratchy potentiometer. So typically in a design, you would be using 100K ohm resistors, and they would all go into the input of the same op amp. And so those 100K resistors, you would have your volume adjustment on that as like a potentiometer on that. And those would mix just on that other line and go into whatever, output stage amplifications. You have input buffer, whatever. And so if you use a dual pot, you can control two of those feedback resistors at the same time, and that would be your left and right input. But potentiometers wear away and they get scratchy. You can hear that on the audio. And so I think it's going to be better that we have these V2164s that we are still controlling with a potentiometer, but it's as a buffered voltage level. If I can do some capacitance in the buffer, maybe I can make it respond a little slower. Is that something? My latency is now 40 seconds. Thursday is just Philly Friday. What? Everybody used to call it Thirsty Thursdays. I don't need this out here if I'm going to be doing a via directly inside. We can just come down and around off of that via. So let's make this a little bit more efficient. I made it fancy, but this is because we have to drop the signal to the other layer to have it route in the direction that it does. Instead, what we'll do is just take this in a little further. What? Oh, there's traces internal to this thing that are holding it in place. Fine, you know what? Just delete the whole design. See if I care. Bring this out here. I have to use alt spacing to get it to line up with my stupid grid. Put it there, drop it down, and then we don't drop down yet. That's for my own purposes. And I'll take this. No, wrong layer. We've switched layers. Go to the bottom. Take this. Actually, we should come out from the pin. That's much easier. There we go. This just, like the rounded trace, I guess I could do it in the middle of two rounded traces. That's probably going to be better because then it'll get on the grid a little bit more easily. What just flashed for a second there? Oh, I think it highlighted this for just a split second. What the? I'll just put that there. Oh, I can't because I'm going to have another pair of vias right there. Hold on, let's move this up. We move that up on the other layer. This is why I don't like viewing the two layers at the same time, because you feel restricted by your stuff going on, by the lines that are there that aren't actually part of the design of that layer. How far out is that? Is that right? That's right. You got to go out from the pin because they don't align with the grid properly. I really should have looked at the grid ahead of this and done things properly. These should be more centered. Good enough. The CNC machine that's going to put this together, or whatever, the screen printing machine that'll put this together and do all those complicated etching and acid washing steps, is going to have a party with all of my weird offset values. I don't want the triangle, that little triangle in there, just artistically annoys me. There. Now this could potentially get ground in between these, which might be a good idea, to be honest. Having a little bit of ground plane in here is probably going to benefit the integrity of the signals that are coming in for my controls, as well as my inputs and outputs, because they do have to go kind of a weird distance here. I could maybe, it's too close to the edge. I was thinking of putting the via over there. I guess this is okay. Not going to pull them in and do that, although I could make that work if I needed to. I could bump this over to the side, but I want to keep the vertical pathways open on the other layer. Yeah, that aligns with that. This is kind of in the same ballpark. Even move that down just a little. Oh, but there's those stupid internal traces make it so that you can't click and drag stuff. Very, very annoying. Line, and then place a trace just like that. I don't like that. But the follow-up question is, will it fit if it comes in one of these? Yeah, it will. Okay. That's cursed. That diagonal is just cursed. I hate it, but I'll live with it. I can sleep at night with it existing in this world. Okay, things are looking better. I haven't done some of the longer trace connections. We still have to work on this. Well, those come from 4 different locations, but then V negative and V positive we can put on, make it basically the same exact way that we did this one. So it's one at each end, and then this sort of towards the center. Let's just rip up this piece here. And then move this. Wait, oh, there's internal, the stupid little internals. You know, you'd think they could, and I'm sure they have thousands of programmers that are just looking for something to do, right? They have nothing else to do, and so they can do these little weird things that I prefer, of doing it so that if the filled in area touches the pad at all, the two filled in areas overlap. And I know Fusion 360, Fusion, I guess there's no 360 anymore, Father. What's your problem? Fusion does overlapping stuff in the sketches, so you'd think there would be a precedent for that, but have those little overlapping areas tell the software that it doesn't need to put an air wire in and that they're actually connected. You know, that would be something. So I'm going to place a via on this one here, and then we'll place a via on this one here. Oops, don't need that. Control Z that one. Control Z, wait a half hour, and then it goes away. Place, no. Route, via. No, that's not a good one. The router's better. I can just click on it, and then center click, and then there you go. And hopefully it gets rid of all of the different line segments that make this thing up. Probably not the case. No, it seems to have simplified it, but there's a little section of wire in there. I don't like that. I wish it treated the holes in the board a little differently. Delete that. Little sections in there? No? Okay. So V plus to V plus, and then here, oops. What are you doing? There we go. Veep, Veep. That maybe. How are the other ones laid out? Well, the other ones have different situations to them. That one's a little closer to the top. Actually, I kind of want to move that up. Well, maybe I'll just keep it the way it is. So we'll do the same thing with this one, and hopefully it's not too close to the legs of the pot. This could get real close to the board edge. That's actually saved me in a lot of different instances of this design. All right, we'll do it like that. Bring this to here. These are the voltage adjustments. These are the capacitors that go above and below the potentiometer, and they actually allow me to adjust the like the voltage range that goes into the V2164, the voltage controlled amplifier chip, from -600 all the way to 3 volts. Oh my God, I need the dog to not be going crazy right now. That would be nice. Why is she going so nuts? All right, what's the distance? So we're below the pin. Okay. These should be virtually the same distance. I don't know if I got, oh no, they're not. This one's way further away on the bottom. I guess I can move this one to accommodate that. Oh my God, my dog she's going nuts at the door right now. As long as we stay at 5 millimeters, I'm going to move this down just a bit. Why was this one bumped up so far? Oh, it's because it's got components from the other part of the design down here. So that's going to be really close. We give this one just a little tiny bit of breathing room. Just a little morsel of air. I'm late again. What's up, Wonky Robot? How you doing? We're sort of in the throes of PCB design and getting everything even when my grids are not the same throughout the design, which is a little bit unfortunate. Only a little. sort of makes everything kind of annoying to design for. That is not connected. I'm just going to observe what's going on down here. What do we have got going? Oh, we're just doing straight line to straight line. Okay. Okay, and then this is coming out here, going down to here. It's too close to everything. This one also I need to represent with a via. Same with this guy. All these vias are just there to inform me of where these signals are supposed to go. And then I can plan on the pathing of the wires on the other side of the board with the bottom layer not visible. That way, what I'm seeing is what's actually, you know, there. It doesn't, sorry, the stuff on the bottom of the board does not distract me. Because all of these traces will distract my sense of where I should be running lines. That one, and then I can move this down a little bit, just a little bit. Usually, like if I wasn't so space constrained in this design, I would be doing considerations like, how am I going to test this? You know, if this line goes here, does that communicate to me properly that this trace goes to this location? But I'm not being a stickler for that here just because we don't have space. But those would be things that I would consider as I go through the design. All right, so what's going on here is that we've got a little bit of a design rule error where that thing's a little too close. I've been trying to avoid vias directly on pads. It's not something that you necessarily have to do. I just don't know what I didn't do in the software to make that work. So I need to move this stuff around a little bit. How do I get around it over here? Look how far apart these things are. This one's way down here at Volvo. So let me move this down to Volvo. That's where that is. What? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? V plus. We drop down immediately to this guy. We got a little bit of space here. And then at Volvo, which is the volume control, I see, it's the second to last. Okay, so that's where we are. That's where we are. Oh, I see. So I've got the space consideration of having this via right here. I think I have the same deal. This just has an internal thing. Whoa. Excuse you. Jeez. The software can slow down when it does stuff like that. See that right there? That little spot is what kept me from kind of scooching this thing closer. Just scooch that. Hold space? Okay, something's holding it up. Okay, I think I fixed it. All right, those are all taken to vias. All of our signals there except for ground. N55 going over to N55, going over to, for some reason, oh yeah, so this might not be populated in the final thing. That just tells it what kind of amplifier you want it to be, and the difference between the amplifiers is like nothing to me. I don't know what it means. It has something to do with the way the transistors cross the zero line in terms of push and pull, having a push-pull transistor setup. So A, B, A, Class A, Class B, Class A, B. I don't know. Without the resistor there, it's fine. It works just fine. If you put somebody in front of a blind taste test of amplifiers, would they be able to identify A, B, B, etc.? I don't know. All right, so we've got a bunch of signals, like we got 8 vias that need to be in this area. Although this area, there's a lot of room for me to actually do some like trace routing. This needs to be severed from there. We'll just pull that out. Those are input lines, ground and 16. There's a couple more of these vias that need to be made. Maybe I need to view all air wires. I need to unhide all of my air wires. Where was that tool? That was in... There were airwire tools for viewing and unviewing them. Because I've singled out, because if you unview unrouted, then there's no airwires at all. But if I review unrouted, they come back, but those are the ones that I didn't specify that I wanted to hide. I want to view them all because I want to be able to run vias on all the stuff that I need to still route. This area I'm reserving for capacitors. I'm not sure how many capacitors I want to add to this thing, if I have space for them at all. But I remember seeing a view all, like unhide all air wires tool somewhere. Let's see, document probably wouldn't be it. Would be in design, wouldn't it be? View. Show all PCB sketches. What is that? Maybe they do use sketch tools at least to do the border of the PCB with a PCB sketch. Is there a method for that? I don't see like an add sketch button over here. If you could in the process render the 3D PCB and put a sketch on that and have that influence your 2D PCB, that'd be kind of cool. Oof. We're getting up there in time. This is playing into the whole ADHD thing where it's like, I do the same thing with abiotic factor. It's like just one more job, just one more thing, just one more little thing that I need to do. If I do just this one more little thing, and that actually very efficiently gets me through the entirety of PCB design, but it also makes it so that I don't forget to eat or drink or you know, I don't come up for air. So I am intentionally getting the big long cane out and yoinking myself off of stage at this moment. This is essentially what the process is. It's a lot of little things that you need to sort of focus in on and get right, and then layers of the things that you're getting right are influencing others. And it has this sort of interrelationship. You need to be able to put the traces down in an organized manner quickly, and you need to be able to unroute everything that you did without a speck of remorse, because you have to redo entire sections sometimes. You know, what I did earlier when you guys saw me debating about whether I wanted the smaller voltage controlled amplifier, that would have had a big advantage to the circuit in laying it out more linearly, because I would be able to fit it into some of the spaces. It would have been a little bit more expensive because it's like a new chip, and it's a third type of IC that I'm putting on, a fourth type of IC that I'm putting on this thing. It would work really well. It would be a nice organized design for us. I think using the same chip twice is probably going to be better. It might be cheaper. I didn't work out the numbers on that. It will make our signal traces a little leapfroggy. So what I'm doing is I'm reserving the other layer of this PCB specifically just for signal routing. All of our local routings are happening on the bottom layer. On the top layer, I'm going to have all these long traces that are going to be slinking around each other and possibly even jumping down and then back up. We have little areas of open PCB that may be to our advantage in terms of doing that. One of the last things that I would like to do is figure out how to review those air wires without me being involved. What's up, Breaking World? What's that? I am a mechatronics engineer trying to design a PCB. Well, I don't know why you said it like that, because that's a really weird way to say it, like in that weird voice. That's a weird voice. Sorry, I'm just assigning. I'm misrepresenting you intentionally. So there's a lot to designing a PCB, and one of the most frustrating things right now is that we don't have the Autodesk Fusion sketch tools in our PCB design. But I don't know, I feel for some reason I'm like a minority in using this specific tool. This is English is not my first language. No. I meant the silly voice that I did, and I was misappropriating it to you, and that would have been funny. It wasn't as readily clear as I could have made it. Whatever, doesn't matter. It's great when you have to explain the joke. But no, like learning PCB design, I learned on a program called Eagle. Eagle was bought by Autodesk, and it was rolled into their Fusion 360, and they renamed Fusion 360 Fusion. So Fusion, Autodesk Fusion has PCB design. That has become a huge advantage to us for the projects that we work on, because it also has the three-dimensional design associated with it as well. So we are able to take a PCB and make a shape and then design around that shape, and then reshape the PCB based on what we've learned from designing the shapes around it, and go back and forth like that. Oh, I can render a 3D model, a detailed 3D model that's made out of parts that I mostly got from GrabCAD, as well as a couple other sources like DigiKey, and maybe manufacturers' websites, and I can do a 3D render of our PCB. I can determine that, yes, I can fit all of the parts that I need to fit onto this thing. Unfortunately, weeks and weeks ago, I could have told my buddy Julian, no, I can't make that for you. And he would have gone, you stick a knife in my heart. And then he would have moved on with his life. But no, here I am, slaving away, designing exactly what he asked for in the most complicated manner, in the size that he wants it to be in. And the reason I'm doing this, and the keyboard project, this is the thing right here, is that it's helping to acclimate me to doing this stuff. I've used OrCAD, and it's kind of the same. I feel like I've used a lot of OrCAD in my life. Wait, which one's OrCAD? I used to use OrCAD. Did I? No. Cadence OrCAD? I know of OrCAD, but it seems like they've come a long way. No, OrCAD is just of that list of incredibly expensive and involved. Oh my God. AI-driven digital twin supercomputer. Yeah, I think I've just known of OrCAD. Maybe some friends have used it. Oh, Allegro. Okay, yeah, there we go. Allegro. I know Allegro very well. That's OrCAD Allegro. Yeah, I've never used it. I thought of pirating it to learn it. I just never got around to it. Fusion, okay, AutoCAD stuff, the free tier was big for makers back in the day. Eagle was also a big deal for makers back in the day because you pay up front, and it's just like this one payment, and it's a reasonable price. And so those are the tools that I've been using the entire time. And then I recently got back into doing the maker stuff more permanently, and I reacclimated myself to these tools, and it turned out that Fusion had my Eagle software incorporated into it, so I could hit the ground running and make the parts in the way that I know how to make the parts and get them all together in 3 dimensions. And it's nice that AutoCAD has pretty 3D design. This is very nice looking. It's sort of a simple, simplified design. You don't have a lot of lighting effects, but you have just enough that your average graphics card can make heads or tails of it. And it makes this nice, colorful, simple 3D design. So that's why I've been using this software. It's been really nice for me, but then I learned later on that I am one of the very few people that use it. There's not a lot of people out there that use the software that I use. It's weird. I've had great experience with it though. I've used it to great effect. So that's me. I don't know if you guys check out Fusion. There's a free tier. I have not tried doing electronics design on the free tier of Fusion. I haven't tried that, but yeah. Okay. So anyway, I'm hyper focusing on this, and I'm not letting it go. I need to let go. I need to get back to my life. I need to stop doing this, and I'm going to go to the Discord, and we will be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll still be working on this. Probably still be working on this. we still have to drop the ground plane, and I still have to do the other side of the PCB and all the signal routing. So we've had our various groupings of functionality. We've organized them so that the air wires are clean. We've wedged them into our board to make sure that we have enough space for all of the stuff that we want to run this thing. Now we've connected all of the local areas, the local functional areas. Now we need to build up the highway that'll connect all of our non-local signals to each other. We drop a ground plane on that. Then we drop a bunch of little dots for vias on the ground plane so that we staple it all together. And we close off that ground plane. That'll give us a little bit better noise and heat mitigation. And then we look at the top layer of the PCB. Well, the top and the bottom silk screens. There's going to be a bottom silk screen. This is a full FR4. We look at the top and bottom silk screens, and we kind of cater that to our needs, get rid of a lot of the stuff that's not going to fit. There's not a lot of room to print stuff on the circuit board, so all we really can have is a little box that defines where our components are going to go. And then we'll have to cross-reference this design in order to figure out which one's which. And then from there, I just put a name and date on the thing, find a stupid beam that I can shove in the corner. We might just draw a penis on it. And then we'll send it off to JLC PCB along with our flexi design. We'll have 2 designs to send out. And it's going to cost me a total of $7. $7 US to get 5 of each of the PCBs that I want. The flexis are a special deal. They're $2 for 5. And then the FR4 ones that we're getting are $5 for 5. It's incredible. The shipping is going to be more than the boards themselves. Absolutely mind-boggling. But thank you for joining me. Here's the end card with all the information on it. I'm just going to go to the thing over here. End. Thank you for joining me. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to do the same thing. We'll do more of this layout. I've been having a lot of fun with it. You can really knock this stuff out of the park. And then when the boards come in, we can take a look at them and go, holy crap, that's too small. And when I build them, I can go, oh no, nothing works, or I need more resistors, I need more capacitors. But I'm only $5 out on the boards. It's the components that really cost more now at this point. So we'll keep going with this, and I will catch you guys on the flip side. I'll be in Discord until stream tomorrow.